Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's edition of Victory Never Sleeps. I am enjoying doing it at the new and improved time slot. Hope that is facilitating more folks being able to participate in the chat room and helping our guests have a little bit easier time of it. I know we got a lot of folks over on the East Coast that it's a little bit of a slog when I ask them to be on the show. So I'm hopeful for the time slot. I'm really liking it. I haven't gotten any bad feedback about it, so we'll keep it. Top of the show. Oh, yeah, might as well. Top of the show things. Where we at on phrase off? So I talked to you guys, giving you weekly updates on these things. I really appreciate how generous everyone has been. Keep in mind, we dedicated Phrase Off, I believe, the 6th of December. And we're already, as of today, 42.3% paid off, which is a lot in that short amount of time. You guys have been really, really generous. Breaks down, we still owe $72,174 on it, and that comes out to just about $98 per member. So you guys are awesome. Thank you for your generosity. If you are interested in helping with this, please, or any of our fundraising efforts for that matter, runestone.org/donate. And again, that'll give you the option to donate to any or all of our fundraising efforts if you're so inclined. But no, we appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much. Our other one that we're pushing is the pavilion at Sigerheim. That's should be a pretty awesome pavilion. It looks like for the investment, it's going to be really nice, last us for years to come. Even when we get the great hall that we want to have there one day, this is still going to be of use to us because it's always going to be nice to sit outside and have that space. So it's going to be great. We are very hopeful to get that set up in whole or in part by the big event this year. This year, the focus, showcase event at Sigerheim is going to be Ein Herjeblot in November. So hope to see everybody out there for that, and hope that we have a beautiful pavilion for us all together under when we see you out there for that. If you want to be part of helping make that happen, again, donate runestone.org/donate. That we're sitting at 22.7% of the way there. Need to raise ideally another $27,051 to be exact. Forget what I had the per member breakdown on that sitting at, but yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you, and your generosity is greatly, greatly appreciated, and that comes out to like 36 per member to get us there. These projects go into something we're talking about tonight. And I guess another top of the show thing before we get into the main focus. We have just wrapped up another year at the Asatru Academy. And just like Victory Never Sleeps, these projects also don't sleep. So we don't really take a breath. We get done with one year and then we try to prep and become ready for the next school year. To that effect, we need volunteers to help with that program. Volunteers are needed. There's a lot of people that bring different skills to the table. Certainly anybody who has a background in education is a big boon to that. But if you just got time and you want to help make stuff happen, it's open to any of you guys that'd like to volunteer. I'll talk a little bit more about it when we get to it in the course of the show tonight, but just here for this kind of a primary focus that we're really looking for some people on at this stage, we need, I'm going to call it a guidance counselor kind of role, but I don't know if that's really gets to it. What we need is some folks who are confident in homeschooling system and how that works and are able to provide specific guidance and help and hand-holding to new parents or parents who are interfacing with their systems in a little bit different way. So having some people that want to have direct involvement, helping families and helping homeschool parents to feel confident with homeschooling their child and with the different compliance issues in their states, that would be very helpful. And we'd love to have help with that. If you are interested, Sarah Alt, Sarah Alt is running that program. So SAULT@runestone.org. Sarah is wonderful and she would love to have your help. So I look forward to a lot of you guys contributing. So hopefully we get a lot of folks stepping up for that. Anyways, a little bit scrambled. So I had a plan for this week. A couple plans fell through. So I've got a topic tonight that is intentionally specific in focus, but in practice has lots of different tentacles. So my mind's a little bit all over the place on those. Don't worry, I wrote down some notes. But it's a big topic. There's lots of different ways to go about it. And I think as we go on, it will kind of highlight some things. As you can see, if you are watching this, as you probably have no idea if you are listening to this, I am joined by my esteemed colleague, Spekingr Trent East, and tonight we're going to talk about the mission. So, our founder, Steve McNally, has a military background. And when I got involved in Asatru, and specifically in the Asatru Folk Assembly, there was frequent reference and talk about the mission. The mission this, the mission that, got to carry on the mission, got to run the mission, the concept and the phraseology of the mission was ever present. I think being mission focused is really important. I think it's important to make progress, but I also think it is important as a touchstone to go back to if there's lots going on, if there's overwhelming stimulus from whatever, to narrow your focus like, all right, but what are we trying to do? And how is what we are doing accomplishing the mission? So that said, it kind of breaks down into two big thrusts. And I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about that tonight. That does require a little bit of background. So and there were a couple of precursors to this, but in general, over the last 100 years, something really special has taken place in our world and in the soul of our folk. Different tribes of our people at different times, culminating in the democratic voting out of Troth to the Aesir in Iceland in the year 1000. We have spent centuries with a severed relationship and a severed troth to our gods, the Aesir. And the implications of that have been slow to fully take effect. But, every year, every decade that went by, a bit of our soul became ever more infected until when we look in the world around us today, it's very clear that our folk have a severe case of soul sickness and have suffered deeply because of it. So earlier in Meister von List's case, but about 100 years ago to about 80 or 70 years ago, the Aesir decided to stir the soul of our folk, as our founder would put it, to inspire, awaken, and activate certain champions that had the right stuff, that had the ability to listen to the calling of the gods and the calling of their blood, that had the drive and the raw materials to set forth in the world the reestablishment of Asatru, set about to reforge the blade of our faith that was broken when our ancestors broke troth with their gods. And this looked really different. That was part of it. I mentioned Meister Guido von List in Austria was awakened. Alexander Rudd Mills in Australia. Elsie Christensen in Denmark. Sveinbjørn Bjørnson and his colleagues in Iceland. John Gibbs Bailey and John Ewell in England, and our founder, Steve McNallen, here in the United States, in Texas to be exact. And the mission at that point was this: to set this in motion, to define what this is, and to make this manifest in Midgard for the first time in roughly 900 plus years. So that vague drive looked different to all of those different pioneers of our faith in modern times. And they all had the ability and the mandate to shape that in the way that was most aligned with their understanding, with their resources, with their abilities, and with their understanding of what they've been tasked by the Aesir to do. So our branch of that was when the Allfather rode across the soul of Stephen McNallen and inspired him to bring the folk home. What he referred to many times over the years as an ingathering of the folk. So, part one, the ingathering of the folk. All right, so for what that's worth, it wasn't about, okay. Again, this is kind of what I warned you guys a little bit about at the start, because it's a really big topic, but to condense it down in ways that make sense and build upon themselves, I'm going to do my best. It wasn't a mandate to bring a specific elite home or this Ubermensch vanguard home. It was a calling to bring all of our folk home. that looks real different. I know a lot of the time now, and this is why we're doing this, is kind of related to where we're at and what we're doing. People in this critique culture that we live in, people like to criticize everything that's less than perfect. Why do you guys have fat people? Why does that guy have a nose ring? Why does this guy wear a shirt I don't like? How come, any number of things, barring the obvious critique that the person who makes the comment likely has some kind of anime furry looking creature as their avatar, and we have no idea what they look like or any reference on the person making the comment. But there's this idea that we should only have these elite, perfect people. And that doesn't reflect reality. And one of the things that's important, our founder recognized early on there's a soul sickness amongst our folk. A lot of the time, that soul sickness manifests in people who are out of shape, people who don't have pride in themselves, don't take good care of themselves, people who are so dissatisfied with the world that they live in that they, choose stylistic choices that are go against the grain because what goes with the grain is not serving them well in this world. A lot of those folks, the folks that need us the most. So the idea of calling all of our folk home, and again, when I say all of our folk, there are clearly people that disqualify themselves through choices that they make. But a couple of things needed to happen and still need to happen to a degree. And I think those come in a couple of different forms. So one thing, in order for that to be viable, our folk need to be awakened to the racial consciousness that we are a people, we are a race. That is something that every other group of people in the world understands. We can talk about Asian culture, which again, there's diverse cultures in Asia, but you can loop them together and they realize they are a people. You can talk about Black culture. You can talk about these things. But when you talk about white culture, what do you mean white culture? You got to break yourselves off until you can talk about Scottish culture or English culture or French culture or German culture. But they want to break it down in these small things. So it's become really unpopular to think of white people as a distinct racial group, to say it out loud, and to identify with it as your group of people that share your needs and that you have some kind of a bond to. You can't mention it positively, yet we all know exactly what it is when it's used negatively. And it is reinforced to us so often in the world we live in a negative context. And we have this endless, well, what do you mean by white? Nobody asks what you mean by Black. Nobody asks what you mean by Asian. Nobody asks what you mean by Hispanic. But well, what do you mean when you say white? And it's a disingenuous question, but it's one that's ingrained in the culture around us. So people, especially young people, are trained to ask it instinctively. So a big part of that is awakening our people to be proud of who they are, where they come from, and recognize we are a people. We are a race. One thing that Steve used to say quite a bit, I don't know if I've heard him say it recently, but he said, and if I butcher it, I apologize, but something very close to the effect of, only when we realize we are a river will we stop drowning in puddles. When we are separate and we think of ourselves as these small little clans or small little tribes instead of as a great nation of the children of the Aesir, we make ourselves increasingly irrelevant. And all we see is points of separation instead of the overwhelming points of unity that you build something strong and something lasting from. So part of it is awakening to the fact that we are a people. With that, we face the real, I think more explicit, all right, cool, now people know that we're a people. What do we do about it? How do we let them know about things? So one problem that we face, I've talked about this on the program a lot, we have I couldn't even calculate in the West. In the United States by itself, 300 some million people. Let's just say white people are half of that. It's more than that, but let's just say that. Cool. 150 million people. Let's say that people watch a lot of Netflix, so half of those people are gay. They're not. But if that were the case, that's 75 million people that should be here doing this with us at the very lowest possible end. Those people don't know we exist. We do really well, and I think that we always have, with people that know we exist. But getting the word out has become increasingly tricky. And it was tricky for our founding generation as well. Back then, you could put up flyers and you could get on, you could advertise in the back of different like eccentric magazines and periodicals. You could have a little ad in there. And we did, way back when, that was how these things happened. And, later you could have like Yahoo groups and meetup.com, and you could have little things, but they're very sparse. It's very hard to get the message out. And, it's a little bit better now, but a few years back, a lot of doors got closed to spreading any kind of awareness of anything that was healthy and good for traditionalists generally and for heterosexual white people in specific. So it's closed off some options. So what do we do with that? I think that right now, and a lot of people, we could have endless debates about messaging or about, all kind of different strategies, but fundamentally, the biggest hurdle to our growth is a lack of people knowing that it was an option. We have so many of our folk that are searching, that are unsatisfied with the religious options that they feel are available, but with a deep and burning spiritual need to connect with the divine. I remember when I found myself at that place and I looked around as a older teenager who's in white America, the options I'm aware of, like, well, I can't really be a Hindu because I'm not Indian, not Jewish, like I'm not a Jew, so I'm not going to practice Judaism. I'm not Arab, so I'm not going to do Islam. Okay, what do we have? Well, we have Christianity. So pick a flavor of Christianity and try to make it work. And so I did. And I think a lot of our people do that. They may have to try 2 or 3 or 4 flavors of Christianity to find one that's tolerable. And often they end up frustrated and disavowing spirituality altogether. But most of those people don't know that this is an option. So the segment that figures that there is some other option, and logic tells them that before Jesus converted Europe, there was stuff, they get in the quote unquote pagan milieu. And it's one of the reasons I almost never use that word, is it is a scary place with max degeneracy and some well-meaning lunatics that don't know what they're talking about, or people that are really and truly repugnant, and it reeks of mental illness. The very small segment of population and of visibility that Asatru occupies is something that our mission is to amplify and to increase and to find ways to get our face, our name, and importantly, what we stand for in front of all of the eyes that we can of our people to bring them home. To this effort, we also are in a culture right now where a lot of people who advocate for betterment for white people are very scared of doxing. They're very scared of putting their face or their name on something, and they're very hesitant to interact with the media. It has been the AFA's policy during my time as All-Syria Gothi to take any media opportunities that come our way. We lose all the battles that we don't choose to participate in. When I say that, I would not knowingly walk into something where people have been disrespectful up front. But yes, I realize every time we go on anything that approaches any kind of mainstream media, it is going to be a hit piece. It's going to be negative, and it's going to be about, why are you the evil racist? I know that, and they know that. But what else it's going to do is expose us to an audience of people that have never heard about Asatru, never heard about the Asatru Folk Assembly. And if and when they do, if we're not there, they are either going to hear from people with values that do not align with ours, or they're going to conjure up some kind of imaginary boogeyman in their head that doesn't have a name and a face. I would much rather that the voice of Asatru is a representative of the Asatru Folk Assembly, looking good, presenting themselves in a dignified way, and giving accurate impressions of who we are and what we believe. Finding those opportunities is very difficult, but every time those opportunities have presented themselves, we have been better for the exposure, we have been better for the participation, and that has proved to be a very useful tool when the opportunity presents itself. I am open for brainstorming and ideas on how to increase those opportunities, because I think they're good and they're very important, and we're ready to engage in them when they show up. I've got another couple of notes on this plank one of stuff, and then we'll break a little bit, and I promise I'll let Trent say stuff too. But I want to get these things out before I get lost in the sauce on it. So when we have people that wonder, why does the AFA engage with media? That's why. Because someone is going to. And when we have the opportunity, and this will go into plank two, but when we have the opportunity to be the voice of Asatru, not only is it beneficial to us, it is an obligation that we have to step into that role and to be that voice of Asatru. So I said we use, pictures. Sometimes people get uncomfortable when you're taking pictures and you're sharing pictures of the events. That's how people know we're real. One of the other massive tools that has helped us thus far is having pictures and having frequent pictures of all of our gatherings, all of our, lunches and dinners and events at Hoff's, hikes, anytime we get together as AFA members, where we have, 3 or more adults present, we want to have pictures of that out there showing a couple of things. We want to show where this is taking place. One, to show geographic spread of, hey, we've got stuff going on all over. And then more specifically, hey, we might have stuff going on near you. A lot of people don't think of that. A lot of people will have a conception in their head of where the AFA exists. Taking pictures and those pictures having a location attached to them lets people know, hey, this is going on all over, and this is going on closer to you than you think. Maybe right down the road. So that's really important. And then, well, why the faces? I know that some people in circles we run in want to blur their face or wear a mask or put a little emoji over their faces or whatever. I understand where that feeling comes from. We're not doing anything wrong. We're worshiping our gods. And when you don't show your face, you show fear. When you do show your face, you show your smiling face with what you're doing. It shows to the world that you are proud of who you are. You're proud of who you're with, and you're proud of what you're doing. And we owe it to our gods, at the very least, to be proud that we are their folk and that they're our gods. So we show our face. You see happy, for the most part, normal-looking folks out there practicing Asatru, and that's hugely important. So seeing that, hey, these are real people that look just like you and me. I could be like that. I could hang out with those guys. And wow, this goes on everywhere. They're always doing stuff. That has been a huge help in accomplishing that first plank of that mission. And it's to circle back to the mission. It's not just a cool idea Steve had. It is a task set upon him by the All-Father. It is a task that he has rounded all of us up and brought us together to implement and to live up to. It is an assignment from the ICER, and one that we will do our very best to achieve now and forever. A couple of other things about the ingathering of the folk. So what can you do? What can we do? How do we do this thing? So I talk on here a lot about wear your hammers out, be identifiable that you are Asatru. The easiest way is like, oh, wow, cool hammer. That's neat. What's that? All of these are opportunities for each of us to engage with our fellow folk that haven't come home yet about what this is. And if they listen and they want to engage in the conversation, why they should come over here and be a part of it. We lose a lot by not maximizing those opportunities, by not getting out of our comfort zone and talking to strangers that we don't know. And then even if we do, far too seldom do we invite them to come home. So each of you who wants to be part of this mission, and I should say this too, our amazing folk builders in Gothar have stepped up and volunteered to be the tip of the spear in implementing our mission. But everyone who wants to help with this, everyone who wants to join the AFA and be part of it, you all have a part to play, and there's many opportunities to be part of that. We'll talk about that more throughout the show. But specifically, the most, I guess, self-evident one, you are a billboard for Asatru. Wear your hammer out and talk openly with your family and your friends, and where appropriate with your coworkers and the guy you meet at the store, about who you are, about Asatru, and about how proud you are to be part of the Asatru Folk Assembly. That goes a long way, and that word of mouth may not have the projecting volume of social media, but it is tried and true since the beginning of time. It works. Every time we don't do that, we leave something on the table. Let's maximize our effect in doing that. I have two more things. Really, I guess one more on this. So in a very specific situation, because I know that everybody who's hearing this is consuming it through the internet or through some kind of social media on the internet, help us out. Each of us have slightly different circles of people we run in for different hobbies or interests that we all have. The longer our leadership stays leading the AFA and being part of AFA circles, the more our circles kind of solidify into moderately sized circle, and getting outside of that circle is very difficult. On VNS tonight, and whenever you listen to this broadcast, we have an audience around the world. We have people listening from every age group amongst our folk, every conceivable profession, every conceivable hobby. We've got men, we have women. Spread the word. Tell people about us. Share this episode. Invite people to come home. If you take away anything from this broadcast tonight, accomplishing our mission and doing Asatru is a proactive thing. It is not a passive thing. It's cool if you sit and you wait for people to come to you, and when they do, you direct them over here. But the way we win is by making the opportunities, by seizing the opportunities that present themselves to us, capitalizing to the best of our ability on those opportunities, and inviting our folk to come home. That's what I've got on plank 1 of the mission. Trent, you've just been sitting listening to me for about half an hour. I apologize for that. I don't know a way to keep my thought process and do it any other way. But what would you like to say about that? Any and all of them.
All right. First, let me just say, if you hear screeching in the background, it's not some torture victim. It's my son. He's in this phase where the loudest things are the best things. So just bear with me there. The other thing I was going to say is kind of elaborating on, the idea of victory never sleeps. Something that is really important to me and to the AFA, of course, and to anyone with an eye on the prize, is that you can't rest on your laurels. It's easy to look back at the last 11 years now and say, wow, we have 5 Hawks, we have Sigerheim. That's pretty impressive. Let's call it quits, or let's, stop making progress, whatever. Not that anybody has said that, but you can imagine that type of person, right? That is the wrong answer. We don't let our folk builders rest on their laurels. We don't let the Gothar rest on their laurels. I think if our Altair he just stopped doing stuff, I don't think there would be a coup or anything per se, but I would imagine the Spekingr are at least going to kind of pick things up and just start going around him when necessary, right? And that's kind of, it leads into what I was going to say next is you need to be open to other frontiers of how to recruit people. There is, of course, say you go to Walmart and you see someone wearing a hammer and you can say, hey, I'm in the AFA, etc. Or, you see somebody reading a book on the Vikings and you can say, hey, that religion is still alive and well and growing, and it's your birthright as a white person. The current best frontier weapon, whatever you prefer, we have right now is social media. I would say specifically Twitter, X, whatever. I've been active on there because it's fun getting in arguments with Christians, I confess, but also because I tend to piss off said Christians, and it makes my reach on there expand a good bit. And my tweets, post, whatever, get in front of eyes that have never heard of the AFA or even Asatru before. And some of them will say, well, I'd love to be pagan, but there's no organizations or temples. And I'm like, no, actually, there is one good organization and one organization that has temples, and we have 5, and it's only continuing to grow. And, I can't say for certain, like an exact number of people that have joined the AFA or looked into us just from me arguing with Orthodox individuals on Twitter, but it's got to be more than 0.
So on this kind of show, it's not like I can have Spawn just sit there and read chunks of lore while I'm able to scan the chat. So sometimes if I take a second, that's a piece of it. Appreciate everybody joining us tonight. Somebody asked if this is Flavel. Yes, that would be me. Thank you so much, Gilbert. Gilbert donated $150 towards our pavilion. We appreciate you so much. A weekly donor to the program. Sherwood donated $20 towards the pavilion. Thank you, Sherwood. We appreciate you. And Stephen from Japan, who is another regular donor on here, donated $15, $10 towards paying off Freyshoff, and $5 towards the pavilion. So we appreciate you guys. We appreciate your generosity. What you're doing significantly helps step 2 that I'll talk about here shortly. Do keep in mind, guys, this is a question and answer based program. So you don't need to come up with just random stuff, but I want you to always feel free to ask whatever you like, and we will do our very best to answer that. And we'll answer them, whenever we've got a space on the show for it. We will get to all the questions that come in tonight before the show's over. So hang in there if you got a question and we don't jump on it right away. If you have any questions at any point in time, vns@runestone.org, and you can email those in anytime, including right now or between now and the next show and the next opportunity available to us. We will answer them. So that's a part of the mission. And I want to reiterate a couple of pieces. Again, something special happened, and I think in the world that we live in, where we are so immersed in the mundane, sometimes we forget to acknowledge, or it's out of our normal speech patterns to talk about the transcendent when we're talking to other people. It has, the secularization of our society has made that more of a problem than I think it has been in previous times. Now, something miraculous happened, and the All-Father whispered in the ear of Steve McNallen to make this happen, to reforge Asatru and bring our folk home. That is the foundation that the Asatru Folk Assembly is built on. And it's literally the will of the Iseer that we do this. Their king tasked Steve McNallen with this, and through his ordination and through the church that he founded, Trent and I are tasked with doing this. And if you're a member of that church, then that is a part of, you have a role to participate in that task too. Maybe not in the same ordained capacity or the same oath capacity, but it's laying there before you, and it is something that we need your help to do. So think about that. It's not just a practical boon for the growth and development of the AFA, but it's literally responding to the directives of the Iseer of what the All-Father would see happen for his folk. So I talked a little bit about the history on the first part, and this will lead us to the second part. So I mentioned that the Iseer activated a selection of heroes throughout different nations at slightly different times in a period there, and planted a number of different seeds. And each of these people had a very legitimate charge to go and make Asatru happen. And a part of that, and it's what I'm going to refer to as the Great Contest. And it wasn't adversarial, but it was, hey, there's countless different ways this could work. There's all these different ideas and different places to put emphasis, different cultural interpretations. We hear on this program a lot, like, well, how come you guys don't do it this way? Or how come you guys don't do Anglo-Saxon Reconstruction? Or why don't you guys do, a German flavored, why is it Old Norse flavored? Well, why aren't you guys Hellenists? Or why aren't you guys Celtic? All of these questions could have been. All of those are valid things that's a direction we could have gone. And this was a time where we were figuring out what's going to work, what's going to be the best. Each of the people that I mentioned in that founding generation or couple of generations there had opportunities of what this would look like, what would be the most effective, what was going to win the support of the ICER in their endeavors. And those brave, courageous, noble men and women, they all gave it their best shot, and they did lasting, beautiful things for our folk and our development. But in this time of testing, it was to see kind of what works, what was going to win out, what was going to be the formula that was selected for victory. And that has turned out to be the Asatru Folk Assembly. It's turned out to be the seed that was planted within the soul of Steve McNallen that has grown and blossomed and borne fruit in our Asatru Folk Assembly. Each of those other organizations founded by those noble and amazing people over time have drifted away from their original purpose or have collapsed and imploded altogether. The last man standing was Steve and our Asatru Folk Assembly. And it wasn't just left standing, but it flourished. It succeeded. And with that success, with that victory, comes very profound responsibilities. A little bit more on that. There was, during the 90s and the very early 2000s, there was this idea that there was parity. There were other organizations and other things, and you'd have, like the big three. You'd have like the Odinic Rite and the Asatru Alliance and the Asatru Folk Assembly that, you could kind of choose from, and there were some other smaller ones, and there were a number of different groups vying for primacy in that. And we've watched over the last 20 years, I'd say, that no longer be the case. We've seen each of those groups diminish or disappear altogether, and the Asatru Folk Assembly has remained strong. It's grown, it's prospered, and it's developed. So that comes to the second plank. And again, so Steve's mission was to bring the folk home, was to initiate the rebirth of Asatru and to bring our folk home. Something very special happened to me at Austra of 2017. So I had been functionally running the Asatru Folk Assembly since Austra of 2016, but officially as the Alsherigothi at midsummer of 2016. But Austra was really the time of year that started, or the foundations of that started. So after a year of doing my very best to prove myself worthy of the position I found myself in, the ICER placed a hand upon my shoulder at the start, before I blessed the horn, of stumble that evening. And I guess tell you a little bit about it. I'd spent that year with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I didn't want to mess it up. I had enormous shoes to fill. I was carrying something forward that all the men and women I spoke about earlier had spent their lives building, and that, there's a lot of responsibility there to do this, to do it right, and to do it in a way that was going to honor the legacy that was passed to me, and to be worthy of the ICEER's approval and trust in what I was doing. And there's a lot. So now I'm in my feelings, and I'm going to get up and bless the horn as I do. So I stood up with the horn, and someone put a hand on my shoulder and it's one of those things that you feel in a moment without words. Much is communicated by a very basic, very visceral gesture. And it was really nice. And, I thought surely it was Alan or, one of my other colleagues that had been part of this with me, putting their hand on my shoulder to reassure me. And it did. I was sitting up and I was nervous. I was in my head. Man, that's great. So I looked around to thank whoever it was. There was nowhere anywhere close. When I said someone put a hand on my shoulder, I don't mean I felt like someone put a hand on my shoulder. In that moment, the gods put their hand on my shoulder. And with that, I was tasked with solidifying and immortalizing the institution of Asatru, the Asatru Folk Assembly in Midgard, for our generations yet to come. And doing the best I could in my time here on Midgard to build that into something that is lasting and that will stand solid and not waver, and be here for my children, for my children's children, for all of our children's children into the future. And that is a tremendous task, and there's lots of ways to go about trying to make that work. And there's tremendous responsibility that's carried by that. But it's that understanding and that very sincere belief that guides the things that I do in my stewardship of the Asatru Folk Assembly. So where to go with that? And I do have some notes, but again, it's literally lots of different right answers on what to do with it. But that is the mission. And it is why all of these things. And a lot of what I want to do tonight, not that there's been a bunch of questions, but just to clarify why we do the stuff we do, and maybe why we do it the way that we do. So one thing, when I got involved with Asatru way back when, and it's hard to put this into words the way it was, but the question of what is Asatru was still evasive. And a lot of people, especially a lot of people in our founders generation, knew what Asatru was. But to sit there and explain it to someone was incoherent, because it's everything. It's life, it's who you are, it's all of these things. How do you explain that in a statement? How do you could define what that word means, troth to the ICEER, or loyalty to the ICEER, loyalty to the gods of our people. But, well, cool, what do you guys believe? And man, anybody you'd ask would have different answers that mostly would kind of match up. but would go from a bunch of different directions. And it was very, very hard for people to pinpoint and put their finger on and express in a way that was coherent and consistent. And that remained that way for a long time. Something that I think is very important to the solidification and immortalization of our faith is to codify what that is. What are the beliefs of Asatru? And I did my very best to do that in the Asatru Trulamo. It is a document that I spent a very, very long time working on, because I'm not someone who can sit down and just write. That's never been a strong suit of mine. But it is my best attempt to lay out the fundamentals of what we do, who we are, of our core tenets of our faith in a way that is clarifying to those of us who are Asatru, but also in a way that is accessible and laid out in a way that builds upon itself for new people or people who are curious to know, what is this that you guys are doing? What is this? And that's my attempt to do that the best that I can. That is available as a free PDF on our website. I would encourage anybody who listens to the show to download that and read that. It's not long, but it is it's what's essential to Asatru practice and Asatru belief. And I just talked last night. We were going ahead and getting physical copies of that published for anybody who'd like to have a physical copy of that to refer to or just have handy. We'll have those available soon. But so I thought that was really important. It's something that, I talked about and wanted when I first became Asatru and wasn't there. And so it's something I've done my best to try to get out there to rectify that deficit that was there. A next thing, and a lot of us, and I won't speak for everybody, but a great many of us that are drawn home to Asatru love history. Oftentimes we confine our understanding of Asatru history to Viking Age stuff. From the moment I came home to Asatru, I wanted to know about our modern history. I wanted to know about the AFA and about Steve's, journey from his awakening in 1968 to, at the time, to, early 2000s or wherever I was pondering it at. And I wanted to know all this history. And you couldn't find it anywhere. The best you could do is you could ask a variety of old timers that had differing degrees of positive or negative feelings towards each other, and get kind of rants that were partially truthful and partially misremembered and incoherent, because all the pieces, everyone didn't have all the pieces. So you'd get a little bit here and a little bit there, and you'd have to dig for it. And the most comprehensive and best version of our history you could get a hold of was our enemies trying to defame us in the book Gods of the Blood by Matthias Gardel, who infiltrated different groups under false pretenses and put together kind of a history of modern Asatru up to that point. So I wanted to fix that too. Chris Savage, who is a regular guest on the program and does wonderful history things for us, he has been hard at work now for well over a year, compiling our history and working to get that out. I don't know where we are in the completion of that or when that's going to be a finished product. Ideally, it's never going to be a finished product. But when it's going to be a, reasonably put together product that we're going to release to folks or whatever, but collecting and solidifying that history is really, really important. And so he's working hard on that. If anybody has relevant historical information to modern Asatru, if you've got old issues of various newsletters and things, any of that stuff, Chris would be very interested in knowing about and receiving. If we got anybody on here that's been around for a while and you have interesting insights, Chris would love to hear that too. C. Savage, SAVICH, at runestone.org. He would love to, get that information and make the best use of it. He knows how to. So that's another piece, is capturing our history and preserving that history. And I suppose I'll go a bit further on that. That's a core value in Asatru as well, is building legacy and building fame. That was everything to our ancestors. It's need to be quicker on the draw with my Habermal verses, but something to the effect of, who is there to raise a cairn by the side of the road to a man that dies with no sons? Better to have sons late in life, though none at all, or then none at all. There's a thing, wanting that next generation to remember and to celebrate what you do through monument, through stories, through singing the praises of your deeds, is fundamental to our faith. We owe those who've come before us that. And celebrating and remembering our heroes is a big part of it. So learning our history, speaking the names of those who've come before us, and also that extends to all of our heroes whose names have been lost to history. And so we've done the best we can and continue. It's a work that never stops. I've tried really hard in my time to identify heroes from the past that stood up for our faith and their trust to our gods and recognize them with days of remembrance. It's why in recent years our number of days of remembrance has really surged, is I want to give recognition to those who've earned it. And I know that we'll never get all of them, but I want to do the best we can to the ones we know, or the ones we have the ability to know. I want to recognize them and remember them and celebrate them. So that's why, why all the days of remembrance, because of that. So other things to make this real and significant. And at any of these points, Trent, you can speak up or chime in or bust in if you'd like to. Feel free. I know that I'm doing this. Once we're done, we'll have a much more organic exchange. But yeah, so a couple of things. I guess on the same note there, we take that legacy seriously. We take what's been given to us seriously. And we take the line of our Gothic ordinations very seriously. That same divine recognition that was granted to our founder, Steve McNallen, carries through with his lineage of ordinations. And so we've tried to understand and record any and all of those ordinations, from the free assembly days up to and including currently, and track those and be good stewards of that responsibility. That also goes with us taking our position as Gothar extremely serious, taking the creation and education of current and future Gothar very seriously, to build it to where that institution has legitimacy, to where there is a standard, there is a dignity, and there is a seriousness within the priesthood of our faith. That's another responsibility we take very, very seriously. And it looks like we've got some good questions popping up in the chat. I'm looking forward to getting those here very shortly. I really am almost done. What I'd like to, a couple of other pieces that I'd like to say. So one of the things about making something, it's literally solidifying and making something immortal is making it solid and tangible. The step over the last 11 years to get Hoffs for the first time in centuries, perhaps the first time ever to some of these gods, certainly the first time that we have recorded, is a huge responsibility that we're doing our best to fulfill. And we have 5 so far. But having physical locations and real estate, real property that is property of our church and our gods is a huge step forward in making this real and solid and tangible. When family members of our membership, when my dad and my stepmom came to Hoff for the first time, everything became instantly so very real because they saw us practice and they went and they could lean against the building and be like, oh, wow, you all have houses of worship that are legitimate, that anyone would recognize as a house of worship. Yes, we do. So we have 5 Hoffs so far and an ambitious project in the works, Tiershoff, our 6th Hoff at the Sigerheim property. Building a Hoff for the very first time from the ground up as a Hoff. That's complicated and going to take a lot of work and a lot of help. Any of you who have any relevant skill to that, we would love to have your help in that process. But that's something we're doing to build that legitimacy and that immortality for our folk and for our faith. So the other thing is the Sigerheim property itself being the AFA capital. I've moved out here to Jackson County, Tennessee to fully commit to making that happen. Over the coming years, months and years, I want to get those that would like to serve in that capacity of being part of the nerve center of the AFA to move out here to this county, to build real footprint in the county, community to where we're here and we're here in a big enough number to where we matter, and to run the AFA from a hall that we will build on the Sigerheim property, and that capital, that place of centralizing AFA operations and then projecting that throughout Midgard is a big part of the vision coming up, and something we're in the early stages of, but we want to plan it and do it right, and that will be manifesting over the next few years. But it's an opportunity for people who'd like to be a part of it to get out here and be part of making it happen. And anybody interested, we would love to help facilitate that and make stuff work. Final couple pieces. We need more hands to do this faster and better.
And if you want to be Matt's neighbor, there's an opening possible.
Yeah, we got a house directly adjacent to our property in the back here that's nice, recently remodeled, real good price. So there's good opportunities. Trying to talk my co-host into getting this house, but we'll see.
Need to find a remote job. So if anybody knows of one that's going to hire someone who's been in the news for being a meanie racist, you let me know.
Yeah, but you got your military loan benefits and stuff.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
There you go. So, couple things. We need more hands, more people to get involved. The other thing is, okay. So, all right. Again, all over the place. Asatru Academy, I mentioned it earlier. To build this into the future, one of the most significant things, but one that's not going to bear its ultimate fruit for some time, is the Asatru Academy. We now have a homeschooling program to where you can homeschool your children through the Asatru Academy, through the Asatru Folk Assembly. We are committed to that. It's something we've wanted since day one. It is in its early stages, but we have curriculum for grades K through 12. And we have staff to help you take your child through all the required education they need for the state that you live in, to protect them from the influences that would tear us apart in the outside world, and to educate them in our traditions and our values and build them to do this in the future in all that we're working so hard to build. It's a huge thing. If you have children that are school aged and you want to homeschool, if you are an AFA member, we would invite you to enroll in this fall's class at the Asatru Academy. Other thing I was going to say, and it's kind of just a rant on different things. There is an element of people, probably some of you listening, that aren't big on joining. And man, why can't we all just do our own thing? And, wouldn't it be cool if everybody just did their own thing in their own backyard with their friends? No, it wouldn't, because that dies with you. If you're really lucky, there may be some kids and friends of kids that kind of carry it on a little bit. But the more we separate ourselves into ever increasingly minute and irrelevant little groups, the less we are a thing. We exist in a world where what people think matters. The impression we make, that matters, and power matters. We are weak when we're a bunch of unorganized, unconnected, everybody around in the backyard in camp chairs fighting over the big piece of chicken. That has held us back. When we come together and everyone is part of the Asatru Folk Assembly, we move forward.
A good example of that.
You go ahead.
Okay.
No, please.
So, a good parallel I like to draw with this is the tale of Prince Herman of the Cherusci. The Germanic tribes, none of them really liked what Rome was doing to them. There were some that kind of went along to get along with it. Their chieftains might make some money or whatever, have some kind of prestige, better trading options by dealing with Rome. But by and large, especially the North Sea area of Germans, they did not like Rome. They did not like its influence, even before Christianity was a part of that. And, there was a long period where they all just kind of stood around griping and complaining about it, going, well, one of these days, we'll beat Rome. One of these days, we'll have the Roman yoke off our backs. And, that didn't happen. The Battle of Teutoburg Forest only happened because Herman, the Prince of the Cherusci, stood up and said, hey, what if we just all work together under one banner and kicked Rome out of Germany or Germania? And, sadly, of course, he was killed by treachery. And while they had kicked Rome out, after that, they went back to being these separate little tribes that just fought and squabbled amongst each other instead of worrying about more important things. And the AFA is Prince Herman in this analogy. We need to not let his fate become our people's fate.
That takes everybody. It's hard because that requires commitment. It requires commitment to something outside of yourself, maybe something that you don't know everyone involved. You become part of a team and you may take issue with something, or maybe everything's not perfectly the way that you'd like it because everybody wants it perfect the way that they'd like it. It means being willing to get over comfort zone and hesitancies and to trust other people and to trust a institution, an organization to be noble and good in the pathway forward for our faith. But I would encourage all of you to join the Asatru Folk Assembly and join today. You got a bunch of people that sit on the fence and, one of these days when I can make it out to something, or when I get this new job, or when I move, or it's always one of these days. There is no day like today. One of these days, very often for people, one of these days never comes. Today is the day. If you're thinking about it, if you're considering it, if you are a heterosexual white person, come home to the Asatru Folk Assembly. Help us run the mission. Let's make it happen. With that, we got questions, we got stuff, and before we get into it, I would like to acknowledge the generous donations of Leroy, who donated $20 each towards paying off Freyshoff and towards the pavilion. Thank you very much. We appreciate your regular donations on here. Thank you. And GW Farnsworth, consistent pillar of generosity on the program. You were awesome. Thank you so much. He donated 25 each to the pavilion and towards Sigerheim. So thank you. You're awesome. We appreciate you so much. Everybody's been generous to us. We really appreciate you guys. And you were helping absolutely with building this into something that will be here for our children and for their children. I know we got questions and comments and stuff going on, so I'd like to get to some of those. But first, Trent, can you talk about the Sigdrifamal and what lessons can be learned from it? I like to use the prayer from that poem for my daily practice, and the story has always fascinated me. Thanks. The floor is yours, Trent.
Yeah, I can go into it a little bit. It's been so long since I've read the Sigdrifamal that I don't remember all the particulars of it. I do remember the prayer from it, of course, the Hail Day, Hail the Sons of Day, etc. The biggest importance of that to me, and we teach this to all of our Gothar, is that that's got a like built-in prayer in it. So, there's lots of people in, I guess I would say our circle, these people that they leave Christianity and they sort of want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and they don't want any kind of piety or sense of devotion, the whole I don't kneel before my gods thing. I don't, nature is my church, etc., etc., etc. These types often come to Asatru or Norse paganism, whatever they tend to call it, and they say, I don't pray to any gods, I don't ask gods for help, etc. But we can point to Sigdrifamal and say, okay, but they're right there. Our ancestors did pray. And there are other times where it's frankly, there are other times where it's said almost explicitly anyway, but the Sigdrifamal is the best, like clear-cut, explicit, and concise time we have where we see someone praying, in our ancestors' time. So that's the main significance I assign to it right now, where I can't remember much of the story outside of that. But since Celine asked if I read it again sometime soon, I'll let you know what other significance I find there. Sorry.
I put you on the spot because it entertains me to do so. So, yeah, what Trent said, all of those things, but I also think there is something to be said there, and I don't want to get out of my depth with Jungian psychology, but there is a meeting of the hero with his completion, with his shadow self, with his counterpart, to where he becomes a fully integrated and evolved hero at that point. When he has that moment of interaction with the Valkyrie, he gets a memory draft, and he gets a enhancement of his powers that makes him mightier, that has runes of, forget all the different runic incantations of it, but there's a completion of self that elevates him by going through ordeal and interacting with the Valkyrie. And it's a special moment of actualization and ascension. I think is spoken to there a lot. Everything Trent said about that prayer, and the prayer is a cool example because it's one of the very few examples we have of kind of an explicit prayer from our ancestors. Our ancestors were reverent people. Don't let Asatru people fool you on that. Our people had piety and reverence. Appreciate our audience. That is when I was talking about, do it now because, for people someday often never comes. I appreciate that somebody else immediately thought of CCR on that. I absolutely did. So good for you guys. Listen to me now, each and every mother's son. Better learn fast. Better learn it young. Because someday never comes. It's a thing. I like that song. One of my favorite songs by CCR. But it's true. You put things off, and I think that this goes back to another thing we talk about on the show a lot. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Today is always the right time to start. We always have an artificial goal in our head, and we have a tendency to push that goal further and further out because making commitments and engaging in something it's scary. You get outside of your comfort zone. It's much easier to put it off. This is something you shouldn't put off. I wish so much that I would have joined the AFA earlier. I regret all the years of my adult life before I came to the AFA, that I didn't know about it sooner, and that I didn't get involved earlier. So now's the time. Other stuffs. All right. What about our folk who aren't devout Asatru, Odinist, wokeness, but who are devout racialists? How would they fit in within the AFA? What say you, Trent?
They would fit just fine so long as they can sort of be willing to trying to phrase it in a way that doesn't sound like a repackaging of that thing Christians say about like letting Jesus into your heart, right? But it is similar to that. You need to have an open mind, and the ulterior Gothi mentioned earlier about everybody being, I forget the word he used. The word I use for it is cynical, I guess. Everybody's very willing to shoot things down all the time and find little scabs to pick at with or whatever. But essentially, they need to sort of suspend that cynicism, at least for this one very important thing, and be willing to be open to the possibility that the ICR are real and that they exist and that they have an effect on our folk and on our world. Just to, I guess, share my story on that kind of. So I was raised Mormon. Got baptized. I was a deacon at age 12, all that. Around 13, I decided I didn't like the God of the Bible, and I felt really bad about it at first because I thought, this is the God, and he sounds like a bad God. So I became atheist. And when I heard about Asatru and the AFA specifically, the idea of being able to venerate my Anglo-Saxon ancestors sounded cool, even though I wasn't racially aware at the time anyway. I just thought it, I was kind of in this headspace of, well, every people deserves to have their space and venerate their own ancestors and their own traditions. And I still believe that. I just, care about mine a lot more than anyone else's. And so I came to my first AFA event, the Ostara 2016 that the ulterior Gothi mentioned, actually, and I did not feel immediately that I believed in the ICR, but I wanted to. And I think that's important. Not even wanting to, but being open to wanting to is the bare minimum, I would say. Frankly, you cannot join the AFA if you say, no, I'm racially aware, I love my folk, but I will never ever believe in the IC or whatever, then like, no, you would not be allowed to join. I wish I could say there was a place, for that, but there's not. You need to at least be open to the idea and be willing to give it a chance. So yeah, that's the answer to that.
So, I'll pull it back a little bit from that. You do need to want to, not just be open to wanting to. And I think that's a nuance that people miss. But no, we're a church. I think that people, and I answer questions. Keep in mind, I answer them for everybody listening. So I'm not aiming every comment at the person who asked, but I mean, I'm certainly doing that, but I'd like to also say for anybody else who's listening, I think that people who try to be respectful with it, but if you don't feel that you are necessarily religious or you don't like organized religion, get religious. Learn to like organized religion. That's part of the mission. Is organized religion moves this forward and puts this here for our children. Organized religion builds this for our folk. It being disorganized stops it from making progress. It being disorganized does not allow for us to have nice things or to build solid institution. We literally worship the gods of order, and we stand against the forces of chaos. Those themes are played out by the need for organized faith and organized religion. And I understand if you've come to your feeling because you've had bad experiences with organized religion. There are tons of terrible organized religions. There's tons of corruption and terrible organization and really bad things. But that problem isn't with the organization or with the concept of organization. It is with that particular organization. It's with that particular faith. You don't need to, day one, pretend that you have some devout faith in the ICER that you don't have. But you do need to have an honest desire to build a serious faith with the ICER. You need to be open to letting spiritual things happen. And if your entry point is, I don't know about all this Asatru stuff, but I'm white and I'm proud, and I know our people need religion and they don't need Christianity, so let's give it a shot. Cool. That is a good enough place to start. But it's not a good enough place to finish. But it is absolutely a good enough place to start. And if that's where you find yourself, we would love to have you join, and hopefully you build an understanding of why we are organized, an appreciation of that, and you can build piece by piece a relationship with the gods. That's really fundamental to know about this. It is not a fair expectation in any relationship for us to expect that day one, you immediately devote your whole life to one of the gods sight unseen. That's not how relationship works. But we do want you to go into it with that in mind. And we do want you to go into it in a place where you are open to letting the gods work in your life and building upon a gift cycle with them. And having that open-minded and open-heartedness is what's going to facilitate your ability to grow in our faith. But yeah, being racially aware is going to absolutely put you in good stead with the vast majority of our members, certainly depending on how you express it. But no, that's fine. It's a fine place to start. And a lot of people came to the Asatru Folk Assembly from that kind of a mindset or that kind of a place. Many of those people have built a really strong belief in the gods and in are currently members of our organized religion, are currently, folk builders or Gothar within Asatru Folk Assembly. So yeah, it's not a closed door, but I do want to be clear on, no, we're trying to being organized is a big part of what makes it work. A lot of things go together. I noticed that people have these pick and choose things. We're like, man, I like all of these things that organized religion brings, but I don't like organized religion. You can't always have one without the other. I see that anecdotally. There's a former Troth steward. The Troth was this universalist lefty group that at one point in time was trying to practice Asatru. But this woman would come over to my house when I'd have people come over to do bloat or to share a meal when I first got involved in Asatru, because she was local there, and she had a daughter, and she was very uncomfortable with the traditionalist stance on race and sexuality, because we're surrounded by this, quote unquote tolerance culture, to where we're supposed to be accepting of things that are unacceptable. But she liked what we were doing. She liked hanging around good people, and she felt safe, and she felt that her daughter was safe. When she was around the people that thought like you're supposed to think, or that she's comfortable with, hearing in the media to think, she did not feel safe around those people, and certainly did not feel safe with her child around those people. And that really tells you a lot of things. Some things just go together, and you may not like all of those things up front, but they're part of a pattern, and they're connected for a reason. And organization is definitely something that's very important to our advancement as folk. It seems much evidence exists that cults to certain deities were always a thing. Does that seemingly touch too closely towards monotheism in some way, that we feel we have to say that was irregular? I think this builds off of a statement that some people have glommed onto from a couple of weeks ago. Trent, what would you say to that standalone?
I would say no. Let me look at the question so I can word it. Okay. No, I wouldn't say it was irregular. I don't think we need to say it was irregular, and I don't think it leans too closely towards monotheism. I get why people would ask that, and I can't go back in time and read, my 45th great grandfather's mind or whatever about how he felt about, his devotion to Thor specifically or whatever. But no, there being cults of gods or goddesses specifically to different areas or within different occupations or whatever. That's just it. That's still a thing that happens. We wouldn't call it a cult now because of the negative connotations of the word, but you could almost look at each of our Hoffs as almost the center for a cult of that god or goddess. And it doesn't mean that we don't worship the other gods at those Hoffs. For example, we don't have a major holy tide centered around Njordr, but as the Hoff goes, Njord's Hoff, I do have a specific devotion to Njordr, as do most of my people there. But of course, we give bloat to Thor. In January for Thor bloat, we give bloat to Njordr's own son, Yngvi Frey, for Disa Thing, Ostra in March for Ostra, etc. Like I said, you can look back through history, our people's history specifically, and find these cults all over. And while there would be groups that were specifically dedicated to the Allfather or to Thor based on locality or occupation, it doesn't rule out the worship of other gods. And if I'm understanding the question right, I think it would be dishonest to say it was irregular, because it was very irregular. And it still sort of is. If you ask, I would say pretty much anybody in Asatru or Asatru adjacent circles, pagan circles, if they have a god or goddess that they're closest to, they may have an answer of more than one, but many of them will have one that they feel closest to. I could reference you to different points in my own life, at least. Being a man, my first of the Aesir that I felt closest to was Thor, of course, especially being a scrawny kid who wanted to be a less scrawny kid. And I think many men would say the same, that there was a point where they were all about Thor, and then there's a point where they're all about the All Father, all about Tyr, whatever. So no, I don't think we should say it was irregular, and I also don't think it's close to monotheism.
So that's what I sign up for when I go sight unseen on that. Trent going to counter signal me. No, I think that maybe the hiccup that we get is on the term irregular. And when I said irregular, what I meant was, yes, I get that there are specific cults to different deities, and there would be specific, sometimes, priests of different deities. The way I interpreted the question that I asked that way about it being irregular, what I meant about irregular was, no, the average participant in Asatru was not fully devoted to one god over all of the others. The question, as I recall it, was about the concept of full truly, or being completely like that is your focus. I think in the depth and breadth of our ancestral practice, the vast majority of people were, regularly worshiping the appropriate god and goddess for a particular season, for a particular location, or for a particular event or purpose. And I think that what Trent said is also true. I think everybody probably has one or a couple that they pray to more than the others. That's probably absolutely true. But the idea that craftsmen only prayed to Thor and the nobility only prayed to Odin, and if you owned a boat, you had to pray to Njord and nobody else. I think that is what I was saying is irregular. That's not the relationship where there was, so-and-so Thor's men or so-and-so Frey's Gothi. Those happened, and those are literal, from the sagas, names that you would have people that was the case. But it's remarkable because of its uniqueness. That was, in my understanding of the term, irregular that someone would be that particular in their devotion to one god over the others. I don't think it is monotheism. I don't think it borders on monotheism. I think that's unfair to people who do things that way. And some of it may be my own bias because of the time that I've been involved in Asatru. We have much more people, much higher percentage of people who've joined Asatru in the last 20 years that are I don't want to sound disparaging. I think when I say they take it more seriously, it's not exactly what I want to say, but like they're more mature in their approach to it, I guess. Early on, it was very common. Everyone who joins needs to be a Gothi. Everyone who joins is going to be a Vitki or a Rune Master. Everyone who joins needs to pick a patron god, and they're like the mono, and maybe not monotheist, but certainly mono, like that's the entirety of their focus. They won't like not participate in a bloat to someone else, but the only god they are ever talked about, they need a full truly to whatever. That was very, very common in the early days of modern Asatru. So if I react to that, that may be me taking that unfairly. But no, I think that most people, one of the things that I've noticed, and I believe that our ancestors did this as well, different occasions in your life, different seasons of your life, different situations you find yourself in, bring a different understanding and a different closeness to different gods and goddesses for different reasons. And I notice, like Trent said, oftentimes that flows to, where you're at in your life. You encounter Asatru, where you're at in your life as you grow and develop, on where you see that emphasis. And like Trent mentioned, he wasn't naturally, going to be a Njordsman, but he found himself as the Hofgothi for Njordshof. And so he's developed a closer relationship because he tends his Hof. He takes care of his area in Midgard. So he's going to have a closer relationship. And I think that's the case with anyone. You have the people in your family that you are closest to. We all have preferences, and that's not what I'm addressing. What I was addressing was people who confine their worship to the cult of this. And that was irregular for the common man. It wasn't irregular as if it wasn't found at all periods of history. It certainly was. But the average Asatruer was not fully in the cult of Freya. They were worshiping the Aesir, and maybe they felt closer to Freya or had a better relationship with her. But it wasn't. When it is at that level, it by default does segregate one off from a level of closeness that they might otherwise have with the other gods. And so it's not something I really like to push people towards doing, although I think that as we grow and specialize, more of that will happen in particular areas for particular reasons. Will Yost Turner and the National Socialist Kindred be included in a documented and or written history of the Asatru Folk Assembly? Absolutely. Yost was a profound influence and very close personal friend of Steve's for a lot of years there. And he was a very active and very good member of the AFA for a time there towards the end of his life. I think any discussion of AFA's foundation, well, certainly the Asatru Folk Assembly's foundation, and Steve's development and his time of kind of rebuilding the AFA during that time, I think any of that would be incomplete if we didn't mention Yost. We'll absolutely, proudly make mention of Yost. Trent, what is the AFA's view on Jord and Earth worship? How do you feel about the usage of titles like Jordenmoder, Earth Mother, or Fyramoder, Mother of Men?
The AFA's view on Jord is that she is the mother of Thor and thus included in the Alsynir. Spekingr Spawn would be able to break that down for you in a much neater way, like he is one to do. Earth worship. So we're not animists. We don't believe that every blade of grass, every rock, every tree has a soul. There can be a sacrality assigned to trees or rocks or whatever. But no, so if every piece of flora on Earth, and thus the rock that is the Earth, had a soul, it would kind of throw a wrench sort of into the idea of our place as mankind or Aryan kind, I suppose, and kind of our place in all this, I think. But sort of back to the question, I guess. We don't worship the Earth because the Earth is just the Earth. Many parts of it are sacred to us, of course. Our Hofs are on Earth. The Irminsul was on Earth, etc., etc. As far as usage of titles like Jordenmoder or Fyramoder, I'm not opposed to them so long as they're assigned as kennings to the correct Alsynir. Yor than Mother, would be Yor, of course. Fira Mother, Mother of Men. I don't know which of the goddesses I would assign that one to. I suppose Frigg would be closest, unless there is some kind of obscure Alcina located in like only one little part of the Netherlands or something that I'm not thinking of. But to answer that question more generally, yeah, we're never opposed to kennings so long as they're not impious or just incorrect, I suppose.
So it's hard to unpack what some people mean by some questions. And again, keep in mind that I answer the questions for the general audience as well as best I can for the specific questioner. So if I go off of what you meant to ask or what you meant by the question, I apologize, and hopefully it is beneficial to somebody who's listening. In the AFA, we have 12 Aesir that we worship. And we have 2 major Alciner that we worship, along with several of Frigg's court that we worship. We also tend to worship Austra in the spring. We also tend to worship from time to time Sol. That list of 14 is really important to worship for mankind. There are other deities, other divine forces in our cosmos that is certainly okay to give worship and to build a relationship with when weighing things, as long as they're on the side of order and not on the side of chaos. And Yorth is one of those figures. So I don't have a problem with that, but her worship is not one of the required things by the Asatru folk assembly. But when we talk about earth worship, to some extent this is semantics, but the bigger point is something I'd like to make. Like Trent was saying, we're not animists. Yorth is the goddess that has dominion over, there are lots of earth associations. Yorth is not the dirt. It's like when we have a sacred grove or a sacred rock or a sacred tree. The rock isn't a thing. There is a spirit that inhabits the rock, or that the rock might be sacred to. But the rock itself isn't a thing. And I get that it's splitting hairs at some point, but I think extended logically, it is important. Every single tree doesn't necessarily have some kind of land vatir associated with it. A forest might, a grove of trees might, or a special tree might. But it's not like you're murdering stuff when you chop down trees to build a house. And I think those are kind of important distinctions, and they may go really far afield from your question, so I apologize if they do. There's a sacrality in nature, but there are spirits with specific personality, with agency and ability to participate in the gift cycle that inhabit those spaces, and those deities, those persons, are what we direct the worship to, not the physical object that symbolizes them or that is relevant to your worship. I guess in a similar way, in some cases, our murals at the Hoff, we direct worship towards the mural, but the mural is a painting of Odin. It's not Odin, but we worship him through the mural or through the representation of him. In a natural setting, sometimes you will have that with a special tree or a special rock or a special location. But it's like when I go and make offerings at my mom's tombstone, I'm not worshiping the tombstone. I'm making offerings to my mother, who is symbolized, and who the tombstone is a portal or a gateway to that connection, if that makes sense. Next up, how would you approach a family member that likes the idea of the AFA, but struggles to let go of the idea of there being one God? What's your thoughts, Trent?
I guess if they like the idea of the AFA, I would ask them what they like about it. You could sort of approach that issue the same way you would approach someone that is not quite ready to join the AFA because they don't believe in the ICER, but you can kind of get them there, And the way a lot of people start, and I mentioned this is kind of how I started too, is getting them venerating their ancestors, kind of reading the stories of their ancestors or thinking back to how much they love their grandma. And the thing too is, you may saying out loud that we speak to our ancestors might sound hokey or whatever to someone not inside this circle we're in. But at least in the South, in the Bible Belt, I've noticed it's a thing that even white Christians do, even though it would probably count as blasphemy, right? Because this idea of speaking to our ancestors that are beyond veil, usually it's ones they remember, of course, whereas once you're at Asatru, you speak to any and all of them. But the concept is still there. And if you can kind of relay to this person that the ancestors do hear you when you speak to them because you are connected to them, that can kind of get their head in that right sort of space to start leaning more towards the idea of there being more than one God. The other thing that kind of works too with people that are at least racially aware, I guess, is you can tell them, hey, did you know Jesus's real name, it wasn't Jesus, it was Yeshua, and he was a rabbi. And I don't know how J-pilled, as the kids say, your relatives might be, but even if they're not, frankly, you can bring up that, hey, Jesus was Jewish, and that's fine for them to have a God where they're his chosen people. That's great for them, but we're not his chosen people. Why would you worship this one God that claims to love one people more than others? Another thing I pointed out is it's either the first or the second commandment, I don't remember, but it says, thou shalt have no other gods before me or whatever. The wording is different in different translations, but I'm pretty sure in just about all of them it says there are other gods. I just should be above them. The I being Yahweh, which is the original name of God. The word God itself is essentially a descendant of a name for the All-Father. You could bring that up. There's lots of little things like that. It kind of depends on how the person, you'll know this person better than I will, just speaking generally to an audience, right? But depending on what you know about that person, their personality, and how they like to look at things, more logically or emotively or whatever, you can kind of take different roads to get them where you need to get them. Do you have any more specific tips on that, sir?
Tips and tricks. So all right. This isn't everybody's parents or everybody's loved ones are different. you're going to know them way better than I do. So what I would advise against, or just say as a general rule of thumb, you don't have to make a confrontation. If they like the idea of the AFA, but they can't quite get over their belief in one God, if that's how they would put it, it tells you a couple of things. If you are a devout Christian, you're not okay with the idea of the AFA at all. It is extreme heresy and impiety for you to be okay with any paganism at all. So if you are, you're already receptive. Yeah, you're already susceptible, I guess, to our message and to what we're doing. That's progress. Well, I can't get over the idea of, not one God. That's not you Bible beating about Jehovah or about the God of the Bible or whatever. That's somebody already dialing it back to they like the concept of monotheism. That also brings them way closer, because then it's a logical question and not a emotionally bound, I don't want to be disloyal to this Bible God and burn in hell. These are all really good things that bring them a lot closer. Encourage them to do stuff with you, to come to the AFA events, to come to a HOF. And if they, I can't get, if they're hemming and hawing, but they're open to being there, let them absorb it through osmosis. Like, I think a lot of the time we think we have to win an argument or win a struggle, where a lot of the time that activates a resistance that wouldn't otherwise be there. If your family member likes the idea of the AFA, that's great. Cool. Well, you like the AFA, you should come to Midsummer at the HOF. All right. Well, but what if I just think kind of there's one God. Well, I think there's lots of gods, and you should come check it out and just have an open mind. All of those are really good things. The more you put pressure, though, the more there's a resistance, or I don't know about that, or a struggle. And again, you know your family member better than I do. As best you can, avoid argument, avoid strife on it, and don't roll over. If they make assertions that are wrong, stand up for yourself. But if they're not fighting, you don't need to intellectually win an argument. You need to facilitate them having an openness of mind and an openness of heart, and get them in the presence of something to where the gods can interact with them in a beneficial way. If they come to the HOF, if they're around when you're doing bloat, if they're there for things, stuff happens. And you also need to have faith. There's more things involved. It's not just you and your loved one. Like, what can you do to convince them? A lot of the time, and Trent and I know this being Gothar, there's stuff you can do, but a lot of it is on facilitating a situation to where the gods can act. There was a funeral I was asked to do, and I guess this couple was kind of a biker couple, and the man who passed was an Odinist, but he wasn't part of anything organized. But he had said that he wanted to have an Odinist funeral, and so his son reached out to the AFA in general and was looking for somebody who'd be willing to conduct his father's funeral. And he was in Elko, Nevada, and I was in Reno at the time. And so, it's a little ways, but I was really honored to get the opportunity. And, so I went over and I did that. And it was a really interesting experience. So this man's widow was there, and she had a whole bunch of Jesus jewelry on. Again, being a biker couple, they had, those folks like the jewelry, and I think that's kind of cool. But she had a whole bunch of like crucifixes and things. And I don't think the family at the time was Asatru, but this man was. And so I did his funeral, and it was in the funeral home. It wasn't, at a Hoff or out at a particularly Asatru friendly location. It was in kind of the non-denominational chapel of a funeral home. And people weren't real familiar with what to do and how to do stuff. And, I don't think I did anything special, or my amazing goofyness did stuff. But I did the best I could. And I, invoked the All-Father to bear witness and to care for this man's soul as he went on his journey to the land of his ancestors. And, I was very honored to be called to do that. And I did my best, and I feel like I did him honor, but something really special happened. The widow, she was visibly very, very shaken, and she left the funeral, as soon as it was time, and it was a dinner celebrating him. He had a funeral meal afterwards that I was invited to. The family was very gracious. They had me at the family's table at this dinner. Apparently, the widow had gone home and locked herself in her room for a while. And when she came out, she had taken off all of her Jesus stuff. And she said that she'd never felt anything like that before. But when I invited the All-Father to be there, when I invoked Odin to bear witness and be part of the funeral, she felt the presence in the room. And it's not anything I did. I helped facilitate that in some way, but I wasn't arguing with somebody about the gods or about the nature of divinity. She was in the right place and was there to just have an open mind and an open heart and feel what happened. And it did wonders. So I've seen that happen in a bunch of different ways. That was probably the most profound way I've seen that happen. But I've seen that a number of times. So I would say invite your loved ones to participate and to join, even to observe. Just come along and check it out and see what you think, and move them forward that way. What you said is kind of a pretext for it is already awesome. That's already good progress. So I wouldn't force the issue, and I would just facilitate getting them in the space in a circumstance where they're present for spiritual, for transcendent things to happen. But yeah, that's what I have on that one. Where are we at? Sorry, there's some kind of chaos in my house.
We're okay.
Appreciate that. Apparently they're okay. Sorry, I'm sorting back through the stuff. All right. What would you say to someone who is a homosexual but believes in the ICER and wants to join the AFA? Do you think homosexuality can be overcome, in quotation marks, or that an AFA member can not act on it and that be okay? Trent, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh, let me pull that one up here real quick so I can answer. He said multiple parts. Okay. What would you say to someone who is homosexual but believes in the ICER and wants to join the AFA? No. I'd be more polite about it than that if they're being polite, of course. But no, it's not happening. The reason for that is we have women and children, and unfortunately that subset of the population is, they kind of reproduce, so to speak, by kind of sharing the trauma that put them in that position. And it's, yeah, no. Do you think homosexuality can be overcome? If you're actually homosexual, no. Nowadays, mostly women, I'm sure it happens to men as well, but more often than not, this happens to women, and this will kind of lead to the answer to the next question as well. But actual homosexuality cannot be overcome, no. There are women occasionally that'll kind of flirt with the idea of being a lesbian or bisexual or whatever because they have bad experiences with men and whatnot. And for those women that thought they were homosexual and just used it as an edgy personality trait or whatever, then kind of come to the truth and realize, no, they're not. We're willing to talk about that with them and let them be members depending on things. If an AFA member cannot act on it and that be okay? No. If you are homosexual and you just don't act on it, no. If you are homosexual, you've acted on it, right? And we've talked about it before. The Alzheimer Gothi will surely explain it better than I can at the moment, but we do have a double standard for that, kind of as I mentioned. So for a man to be homosexual, and I won't get graphic, but for you to copulate, right, in that scenario, it's like cut and dry. You're gay. You have, soiled yourself in that regard, right? You kind of stained your soul or whatever, however you want to word it. And it's a physical thing that happens, right? All right, calm down, Chuckles. I'm wrapping up. For women, the physicality isn't quite there. Also, you go ahead and use your better words to explain it in a less silly way.
Stained yourself in that regard. It just has me chuckle. So, no, but yeah, what Trent said. So, first, I don't believe in homosexuality. That's not a thing. Mental illness is a thing. And that is a way mental illness displays itself. But it's not like the differentiation between gay men and lesbians is a really important one here. Women who experiment with stuff with other women, you can't actively be doing that and be a member of the AFA. But women go through phases and do stuff, and it's just different. It is. So, yeah, I think women can overcome whatever dysfunction led them to experiment with that at some point in their life. Men, it's a real different story. And I want to specify because I think it's really important. So a lot of the hard line we have on male homosexuality is what Trent said, is the gay vampirism that spreads that mental illness, that trauma. I mean, I don't think I can say that 100% of gay men became that way because they were abused, but a very, very significant percentage. Everyone I've gotten close enough in my life that I've known in a way that they would divulge that's been an aspect of it. And it is an overwhelming danger to our children because of a couple of things. But that said, and the implications of that, if you voluntarily, as an adult, choose to engage in homosexual acts, then yeah, you've crossed a line that you can't uncross, and you are now gay, and as such, you can't be a member of the Asatru Folk Assembly. But I do want to specify, if you are if you have been abused and you are the victim of, somebody has raped you, we're not saying that makes you gay and irredeemable. That's not of your choosing. I understand the difference there. So when I say that, you cross some lines you can't uncross, I'm not saying that if you've been traumatized as a child or something, I'm not putting that on you. Please don't feel that way. But if as a grown man you have chosen to engage in that behavior, then something is broken in you mentally, that you've chosen to cross that line. And once that you have, you are now a danger to our kids. And I don't think that every gay dude molests kids. Certainly they don't. But I think a shockingly higher percentage than the norm. And I think in the cases where it happens, it is directly related to that particular mental illness. And as such, we can't have that around our kids. It's not acceptable. Do I think you could be gay and just not act on it? Sure. There are, heterosexuals that never have sex. That happens. But that is an unacceptable risk to our children, and we can't have that around. If you're a homosexual and you believe in the ICER, what should you do? I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if you want to have some kind of private devotional practice, that's between you and the gods. That's outside of my purview, but I, as a protector of our faith, of our church, the Asatru Folk Assembly, and of the families in it, can't allow that to go on within the Asatru Folk Assembly. But I get it. And every now and again, we have folks reach out and want to be a member, and they'll insist, they're one of the good ones. And they probably are. They're probably very nice people in a lot of ways. But that particular mental illness is just not an acceptable thing to inject amongst the company of our families. Trent, what's the AFA's opinion on personal practice of traditional witchcraft?
Since we don't do anything that we necessarily call witchcraft, it's hard for me to give like a short answer. Two types of magic, I would say, that we have are rune magic and then Sather, which can include rune magic, of course, but we don't discourage anyone from safely learning about and using the runes for things like augury or whatever else. Sather is, of course, for women specifically, and plenty of our Githyer, if not all of them, have dabbled in it to some degree, I would think, and some of them have a better understanding than the others. Our position on it is that it's not a mainstream part of Asatru, but along with Asatru, it is to an extent our birthright. The runes are ours. Sather is our women's, but it belongs to white women specifically. So the AFA stance on it is, if you are a regular member asking how to do those things, I would ask a Gothi or Githya about rune magic, and then a Githya specifically about Sather, and they can help you they can either help you directly or help you find the resources to do that safely and do it well and do it with the right intent and all of that. So if that's what you mean by traditional witchcraft, then that's the opinion. But yeah, unless there's a better definition of what traditional witchcraft is, if you mean like hexes and whatnot, I'm not super knowledgeable on that. But yeah, ask the Githyer is kind of the final answer there. You're muted.
Appreciate that. Good looking out. So details really matter. And it's So I got caught on this 2 weeks ago. There was a question about the International Sanatana Dharma Society and stuff. And I'm like, sure, I guess if somebody could have some kind of cross membership, if it's a philosophical thing and it's not like you have to be a Hindu or whatever. When we get stretched beyond what's actual Asatru practice, we run into things where we don't have the maximum expertise of the lingo. And there it was over what exactly Dharma entails. Apparently, Acharyaji has a different definition than the guy who I was talking to, and I had to go to consult etymology and whatever else. So this is a big caveat of I'm not an expert on witchcraft or what counts and what doesn't. Asatru is itself witchcraft if you're talking about, a medieval definition. If you're talking like Trent mentioned about Gauder or save work or things like that, that's a tool. It is an acceptable tool to make use of. Whether the acceptability or not is in what you use it for. And there's irresponsible uses and responsible uses. And I would say that extends to what I understand is traditional witchcraft. Now, if you were talking about some kind of Gerald Gardner definition in Wicca, I don't claim to be an expert on all of those things and all of the circumstances. I will say there are and have been plenty of reputable members of the Asatru Folk Assembly who have done magical workings beyond Norse attested magical practice with hexes, with knot bindings, with things that way. We don't have some kind of a fatwa on that. A lot of that has efficacy. But again, I don't want to overextend myself on something I'm not an expert on. But I would say in general, it's not a problem if you practice some form of traditional witchcraft within an Asatru context as an AFA member. But again, with that, please make sure you recognize the asterisks there. I'm not an expert on that, but the areas that I am familiar with, that's okay. Trent, what is your favorite Mjolnir design?
Oh, I've not been looking forward to this one. I don't have one. I think they're all cool. Every few years, I'll try and pick out a new Mjolnir, and I have a hard time picking because they're just all, well, not literally all of them. There's some pretty over the top, really garish ones, but for the most part, they're all really cool. Like the one I'm wearing now, I'm not gonna hold it super close to the camera or anything, but it was recommended to me by a member up at Phrasehoff, one of the helpers there, and it's got this, not based on a real petroglyph, I don't think, but it's kind of a petroglyph style of Thor and his chariot, and it's got the sun wheel above it, and it's pretty cool. The one the Alsherigoth he's wearing there is a fairly common one. I have a similar one in bronze that I wear when I'm not wearing a suit. It's kind of like my daily one. Like right now I have it under my undershirt, for example. Literally any of the historical finds, I'm a huge sucker for that. I'm in love with all of them, honestly. As far as has the AFA thought about having an official Mjolnir design, I know there's been a couple times that in our 31, 32 years that we'll have someone kind of step up to that and think they can handle that and kind of be like, hey, I have this idea, we can mass produce these. And like I said, I'm a sucker for any non-over-the-top design. They've always been cool designs. And, they'll try to kind of get that going, and it'll sort of fall by the wayside after a while. I don't think any of us would be against an official AFA Mjolnir design, but it wouldn't be this exclusivity thing where you can only wear that. That's silly, But no, I imagine it was kind of like the AFA tartan, which we have some sort of Mjolnir with like the AFA bind rune on it, or the Rytho from the free assembly days or something. That'd be really neat. We're not against it.
Yeah, we've talked about it a number of times, like a specific AFA hammer. And again, not like any other hammer is unacceptable, but like having an official one um, would be cool. I thought about it. The trouble so far has been supply and having a consistent jeweler that was going to make them, having them available on the site. It's like to do it right, the ones people would want would be like silver. And to get silver ones, we wouldn't want to stock a whole bunch of ones that are a little bit pricier. So it's also a little bit different setting up a way to do custom order ones. But it's something that we've certainly thought about. As far as designs, there's lots of cool ones. I can't really think of ones that okay, so, and here's where I get stuck on my linguistics. Like, I don't remember the name of there's like a real fat one. It's like short and super fat, and it's got like a beak motif. It's got like two eyes and kind of a beak thing. I don't like that one because it doesn't look much like a hammer to me. But again, I don't hate it. It's just not my cup of tea. I like the one that I'm wearing. It's should do better than this. Should know how to. I should know where to find this was because it gets asked enough. All right, cool. Yay. Hopefully this get me close. I'm looking at the thing right now. It is, so I see a picture, but the quick AI thing doesn't tell me the name of this hammer or where it's found, and I wish that it did. Won't. All right. So maybe I can find it here and it'll tell me, but the one that I have, one of the reasons I like it so much is it is the same design as the very first one that I got. Yeah, it was. It's from Ostergotland, I guess, and it is the Otis Hog Mjolnir. So it's first one I got was at the museum store in the mall way back when, in like 2001, and it was like a brass version of this one. But yeah, I kind of like this design. It's what I've worn most often. I guess it's my favorite. But like I said, there's lots of different cool ones that are ancient from archaeological digs, but there's also really cool modern ones. We've got a member out in California that makes some really cool ones for people. So yeah, but my preference tends to be this one. This is the design that I have worn most often in my time as an Asatru. Our next question: truth is a virtue. Does this mean that it is immoral to plead to a lesser charge if in doing so you have to admit / swear to have done something you did in fact not do? Trent, what are your initial thoughts on that?
Trent is muted. Go Spekingr.
My bad. I was waiting to catch Altair go through muted because he does it at least once an episode, and then I did it. Shame. Let's see. Was it the one about truth being a virtue, Nick?
No, the 112 after that. Yes, sir. It's the one about truth being a virtue.
Okay. Yeah, this is a tough one. I was reading this one earlier and kind of thinking about it. Does it mean that it's immoral to plead to a lesser charge if in doing so you have to swear to have done something you did in fact not do? I would say no. Maybe depending on if it's saving someone else's skin that did something really bad. But just on the basis of having a way out, yeah, that's tough. there's an element to it of, our gods and the All-Father especially value not only wisdom and intelligence, but also cleverness, right? And that's seen all throughout the stories. And there is a cleverness to being able to kind of navigate a situation, no matter the hand you're dealt, and kind of find the best option there for yourself. Of course, there's all kinds of caveats with this specific, like legal stuff. The noble thing to do if you've committed a crime is, of course, make up for that crime, depending on what it is and how you go about making that up, if it can be made up. Let me think. Yeah, it would depend on. It's a case by case basis thing, I would say. So yeah, I would just say it's the cleverness involved in being able to make a better deal for yourself, even if you have to admit to something you did in fact not do, is certainly there. But there is definitely an immorality in some of those scenarios if you're avoiding paying for a crime that you did in fact commit. What do you think, sir?
I think it is grossly immoral that our legal system is structured to knowingly force people to lie about stuff. It is common practice for police and district attorneys to over arrest and then overcharge in order to force you to take a lesser charge that you will be 100% convicted of rather than fight a bigger charge. That's immoral. Them having things like the Alford plea where you've got to I'm guilty. I'm telling you I'm guilty because I have to tell you I'm guilty, but you and I know I'm not guilty, so you're letting me go, but I'm going to officially admit that I'm guilty so that you'll let me go. All of that is dishonest and immoral, but it do. So here comes, and it's funny. I was talking to Chris Savage today about this very thing in a particular person's circumstance. The challenge is to find the best and most noble course of action in a world with conflicting things. In heroic literature, it is often very easy because things are very clear cut, and heroes are always perfect and immaculate in their way of navigating it. Life doesn't work that way in the world that we live in. Very often, we are put in circumstances where there are conflicting moral judgments to be made. I think this is one of them. But one thing that is important is fame and reputation. There are things you can plead to that aren't really going to affect your fame and your reputation. And then there are things that you will plead to that will forever destroy your reputation. Be careful when doing that. There are a lot of people that plead to sexual offenses with an understanding that something will be expunged or that, somehow they'll get out of being registered or whatever. And then they'll get out and somebody will find out and they'll say, no, but I only did that because my lawyer told me to or whatever. The rest of what society has to judge you on is no, under oath and in front of people, you said you were guilty of doing X, Y, and Z. I'm going to believe you did X, Y, and Z because you said you did. And so you're forever going to be known as that guy. If you're like, yeah, I got in a fight with this guy. It wasn't my fault. It was self-defense. It was whatever, but they were going to prosecute me on something, felony assault or attempted murder or something, but they said that if I pled to disorderly conduct, I'd get off. I think that's a reasonable thing to consider. But, hey, I'll admit that I'm a rapist or something in the hopes that I get some kind of deal that way. No, forever you're going to be known as that. And in that circumstance, you're better off fighting it and being convicted of it, but having a clear record of you fought it the entire time. You've never once accepted that you were guilty of it. Then, well, I know, but my lawyer said, so I said that I was. Don't do that, because the rest of us have to go on what we know. And when you've sworn that you did something, it's real hard to convince somebody you didn't do it. But that's the thing. It's way harder than it seems, and it is done this way intentionally. It is terrifying if you're looking at a list of charges that you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail, or you can just admit you did this lesser thing and get out. I wouldn't put that weight on somebody. It is less than the perfect thing to do, certainly. But you have to navigate the situation you find yourself in and try to carve out within it the best and most honorable path you can choose within reason. Not getting to spend the rest of your life with your family and raising your children and doing all the other things you have commitments to do because you avoided pleading to drunk and disorderly when you don't think you were that disorderly it's worth considering. So I don't think it's a standalone never do that, but it's certainly something you need to give very serious thought to and what it does to your reputation. Also, fun fact, listening to VNS while you drive through rush hour reduces your road rage. I'm glad you find that it does that. I would prescribe it to any of you out there who are driving. Listen to VNS. It's always a good choice. Question: victory is a virtue and cowardice is immoral. How then do we fall back from losing propositions? When are we allowed to say, this isn't working, I'm out? When does it become cowardice? Trent.
Cool question. Again, it's kind of a case-by-case basis, of course. You were correct that victory is a virtue and that cowardice is immoral. There's a certain point where if a battle is truly a losing battle and the victory would be to make it out alive rather than be on some kind of suicide mission, then, you kind of have to ask yourself, is it cowardice to save my life and live to fight another day, so to speak, rather than, go out in this blaze of glory, but all is lost and whatever else happens in this hypothetical battle scenario I'm throwing at you. When are we allowed to say this isn't working, I'm out? Depends on what it is. And it depends on if it really isn't working and if it won't work. It becomes cowardice, though, when there is a chance and you're just letting fear, and only fear, not even rational fear, but fear, rule your decision-making process. When you let fear or other kind of base instinct things rule your decision-making, that's when it's cowardice, rather than thinking calmly and strategically and in accordance with right action.
So I think that it's important to understand that we have this rigidity built into us from a Christian, Jewish, Ten Commandments kind of thing. Our faith isn't like that, and things are a bit more nuanced. Cowardice has never been defined as like being afraid of something or choosing not to engage in an overwhelmingly losing proposition and choosing to fight a better day. What has been understood is when you are ruled by your fear and your fear prevents you from taking chances or from fulfilling your duties and your obligations. And it's characterized by a level of emotional thinking and irrationality. Like, even in extreme cases, and I forget what the exact thing was with the Jomsvikinger, but in the saga of the Jomsvikings, they were known for their excessive courage that was marked, and their code was, it was something overwhelming, but it was like never to retreat unless there was 10-1 or something. But even in an extreme case, they acknowledged, like, no, you can retreat because it's dumb to get your entire force wiped out for no reason. But you can't retreat unless it's overwhelming or unless it's, a tactically sound thing. I don't think in our reality we find that a lot. And again, some of our servicemen and women do find that. Some people in, I guess, riot situations might find that. But in general, in personal stuff, it's not cowardly to walk away from something that's not working, if the reason that you were doing it is honestly a tactical assessment of, all right, this isn't working, I need to try something different. If you allow fear to paralyze you, that is cowardice. If you need to choose something else to be victorious at, succumbing to the sunk cost fallacy isn't courage. It is delusion, and it's irresponsible. If you keep trying at something and you keep trying just to overcome losses that you keep taking, being reasonable and realizing that this is not productive, packing it up and trying something that is productive is not cowardice if it's done with a tactically sound reason. But here's the thing: the second you say that that's okay, then all the cowards, aha, see, I'm not a coward, and they flee from the slightest danger of anything. The fact that you're asking the question is good. Yes, you should tend towards an excess of courage as opposed to an excess of cowardice. All things being equal, if you're like, man, the courageous path is I should go do this thing. But man, if I go do this thing that I want to do, everybody's going to call me a coward. There's probably good reason that they're going to call you a coward if that's what you think. So, yeah, I would reserve that to where it is a tactical judgment and not a fear-based response. I think letting your fear override your tactical brain is what defines cowardice. Or, like, for example, all of us have times in our life that we've lied about something, be it a white lie, being it something bigger, being it whatever. But for somebody to be defined as a liar, lying has to be their customary behavior, or they have to have lied in a very significant way. Something's really similar with cowardice and courage. There are all times that people get scared and people like, man, I was going to go do this thing, but I didn't. I chickened out. That doesn't, that's not good, but we all do that. Making that your defining characteristic, because that's what you always do, or that's what you do when the stakes are heavy, or that's what you do when people are counting on you, that magnifies it to where it becomes a defining characteristic, and that's much harder to unburden yourself of. Anybody's been like, man, I should go talk to that chick. She's too hot. She'll probably shoot me down. I should have done it. That doesn't make you a coward. But if you always do that, then yeah. And if you do that where it really matters on things of significance, then absolutely. And it seems subtle and whatever, but that's the challenge I was talking about. I think it was when I was on the show with Alan a couple of weeks ago, but there's obviously black, there's obviously white. But there's a lot of gray area in the middle that we deal with. And a challenge of being an Aryan man or an Aryan woman is being the adult and being able to make discriminating choices between imperfect outcomes. And this question really goes to that. So you do have to balance what makes sense versus what is just easier to be scared and run. So all right. Trent, do you have any thoughts on the military dropping the number of religious classifications from 211 down to 31, specifically the 31 that exclude us?
Yeah, it's the gayest thing I've seen the Army do, or the military, excuse me, in a year of lots of gay stuff from our military. Now, on a more serious level, it's, I don't mean to sound like a Christian and claim everything is oppressing us or whatever else, but, our founder and others worked really hard to get Asatru recognized. And this comes at a time when I don't know how political I'm allowed to get, but I'm just going to go for it. It comes at a time when we're really trying to tie ourselves closer to Israel. And so the religions where you bow to their gods, such as Christianity and even Islam, by the way, which we act like is the worst thing ever, those are allowed. But anything that honors white people's native faith specifically, no matter how you word it, by the way, is not allowed. So yeah, my thoughts are that's really gay. It's really lame, and I'm hoping we can go ahead and start kind of getting some folks together, maybe some veterans among our Gothar and folk builders to look into restoring that. I'm sure that'll be an uphill battle with this current administration, but that's my thoughts on that.
So I got a couple of thoughts. Like, I get reducing frivolous things that find their way on the list, and this is something that has always come up. A little bit of background, I guess. We get over years, we have gotten all these different little requests to certify people's absurd things. The most common is, can you say it's religiously necessary that I have a beard so that I don't have to cut my beard because I'm supposed to in the Army? No, we have never certified that because it's not, and that's frivolous. When people have really frivolous things, it makes the serious things seem dumb and like more frivolous nonsense. So the beardos have done a lot to mess up things for us. Another thing, when you have that list, there's a number of things on there that people don't take very seriously, even the ones that have requested them. When you have every special snowflake have absurd things that they have there. And I don't know, again, I'd have to comb through the 211 things on the list. But when you group stupid things that atheists do to poke fun at religion on the same list that you have sincerely held faiths, it's very hard for someone who doesn't have the inside scoop on those things to separate out one from another. Yes, it is horrible that Asatru is no longer on that list. I sincerely hope that we can get it back on that list at some point. What would help for that to be a serious situation is if we didn't have Asatru and Troth and Heathen and Fornsather and this and that and whatever the flavor of the week thing to call it is, and Odinism and Wotanism and this and that and this. If all of those people got together as members of the AFA, and this is part of point 2 that we talked about tonight with the building the immortal, eternal religion of Asatru. If we just all chose Asatru on there instead of our own special snowflake thing, well, what is this? Cool. Go to the Asatru Folk Assembly. This is our church. It's organized. It's structured. We can provide a comprehensive definition of who we are and what we believe. I'm not saying in this case it would do anything or not, but it is helpful when dealing with institutions. I've learned that when dealing with military situations with members. I've learned that when dealing with the correctional system, dealing with people who are incarcerated, or with medical establishments and hospitals or anything else. When we're all united around one unified term and unified conception of what our faith is, that helps, and it gives a legitimacy to the things that we do. If we had, I don't know how much those numbers add up, but if every Troth, Norse pagan, Asatru, Odinist, Wotanist, Fornsather, Theodish, if all of those people were in one category, I think it would make it much harder to discriminate against that one category of Asatru. But that's not how it was. And hopefully the next time we make the attempt, we can do that all under a unified conception, a unified banner. We become strong and important when we stand united. When we stand fragmented, we sacrifice all of that. And again, there's other things at work. There is certainly all of the Judaism preference, Abrahamism preference that is clearly on display. But if we were a very significant group that stood united, and if everybody joined up, if everybody out there that claims to be this, that is Asatru, stopped calling themselves something other than Asatru, and then once more joined the Asatru Folk Assembly, we would be able to do all of these things much more effectively. And that is the truth. Trent, is veganism unethical?
Unethical? No. Silly? Yeah. I can elaborate a little, I suppose. Making your diet entirely plant-based doesn't hurt anybody other than yourself, I would guess. I don't know all the workarounds for how to get good protein on a vegan diet. I'm sure there are some. So no, it's not unethical. That's all I got on that one. I don't really think about veganism, I guess.
No, it's not unethical. It's if you're honest about what you do, it can be very ethical. Like what? It depends on what you're doing. At first, no, it is never unethical. It's ill-advised for optimal performance and nutrition reasons. It might be very ethical and very appealing for, compassion towards industrially farmed animals or whatever else. You can have personal reasons to do it, and certainly entitled to make that decision. And you may have really good reasons to do it, but it's like there's no case to be made that it's unethical. It's obnoxious if you do it and then you want to be in everybody else's face who doesn't do it. I don't know, again, if that's unethical. It's just annoying. But no, it's not unethical. Trent, what's your favorite tie knot? And is there an official AFA tie knot?
There's no official AFA tie knot. The one knot I know how to tie is, I think, the double Windsor. I don't know. Whatever the one you find by like searching up YouTube videos on how to tie a tie for beginners. Whatever looks good is pretty much it. No, there's no official AFA tie knot. Neat question though.
Yeah, no, tie your tie however you want. Everybody's got different stuff. Depends on how big your neck is, if you're big, if you're small, what shape your tie is, a lot of different stuff. I like the bigger knots. I grew up, I think I grew up, I can't even really remember who taught me how to tie a tie because I was really young, but I grew up doing like half Windsor or single Windsor or whatever, and double Windsor is what I like. Spawn does some really fancy ones. Trouble is I run out of tie space. I've got a long torso. I've got a big neck. So I run out of room. Like this tie isn't nearly, I'd like, because I'm sitting down and it doesn't matter, but I'd still like an extra maybe 3 inches on the tie I have. And as it is, I can't tuck the little tail end into the back loop of the tie. I have to tuck it into my shirt because it's just not long enough. I get a little stub that I can work with on the tail end of the tie. So kind of depends on how you're shaped. Like Spawn isn't as tall as me, and he can do, he does those fancy, like I think there's a Eldritch one and like a Trinity one. Spawn likes the tripartites. There's a lot of different stuff you can do. It just kind of depends on what fits, what you like to do, and what kind of mobility you have with your hands. Also, I've got this one hand that can't reach my tie because I've got some injuries. So like I've got to tie it left-handed. So it just depends what you can do. But the fact that you're wanting to wear ties and contemplate how best to tie them is, puts you a step above the rest. So that's good. Vampires are traditionally said to be scared of Christian crosses. Are vampires also scared of Mjolnirs? Trent.
I'm going to lean towards yes, because our ancestors, our Germanic ancestors specifically wore, Thor's hammer sometimes. So back when everyone was just their native faith or thereabouts, they didn't wear it for the purpose most people would say they wear it now, to identify themselves as Asatru. There was no need. If you were a white guy in Germania or Greater Germania, you were Asatru, right? They wore it because it's a holy symbol, and they felt that it would ward off, that it had power, and that would ward off Jotnar, I suppose, for lack of a better word. And so if we include vampires kind of in that realm of not Jotnar per se, but malevolent things, and if they are afraid of a dead Jew on a stick, I would assume they're also afraid of the hammer of literally Thor, son of heaven and earth. Yes.
Absolutely. And I think that it's a fun question. And I don't know how serious the person who asked it was, or if it's just kind of a fun little question to say, but I think it's something really worth considering, and worth considering the mechanism of why. Like, so first point to make, Thor's hammer is used in the lore and traditionally as a device to hallow a space. So in a really specific way, invoking Thor's hammer symbolically with the image of it, the motion of it, or the invocation of it to mark out something as holy and sacred and to ward off evil spirits is attested to and is a time-honored thing. An invocation to Thor on runestones, like "don't mess with this" or "may Thor curse you" or whatever, also with depictions of his hammer, is, I've seen runestones with that on it in person in Denmark. That's a real thing. So sure, I think they'd be afraid of Mjolnir in the same kind of way. The other thing is, I think that magical items or talismans are not just important for what they symbolize, like a demon or a ghost or a vampire recognizes, like, oh, that's the, that's the crucifix. I think there's that, but I also think there's the might that you channel through it and that you put in it. Like the little gold cross that you have around your neck isn't what's scary. It's the invocation of, their Jewish God that's scary. My silver hammer, I don't think scares them. I think Asatru scares them. And my invoking him as his follower with some kind of authority bestowed from him scares them. So I think it is the seriousness and the might that something is imbued with that makes it potent against malevolent forces. And I also think that there's an inherent recognition of them, of the power of deity in the spirit world that is channeled through that. For Matt and Trent, if every member watching tonight could do just one thing over the next 12 months to strengthen the future of our folk, what would you want that one thing to be? Trent?
Bring your family and friends, at least one, into the AFA. Really sincerely put forth the effort and show how excited you are and how devoted you are to the ICER and how much you love being with your folk and coming together to worship your gods of your people and being passionate about it in a way that obliterates that earlier mentioned cynicism in someone and brings them home to the gods. Easier said than done, I know, but still.
It's hard because it's the question. Sure, there are lots of things that I would want them to do. Trent's suggestion is really good. I don't think that's easy to beat. One thing over the next year. Okay, I could sit here all night trying to weigh the pros and cons of different things. But I would say, so Trent's one, which I don't dispute, is bring friends and family to the Hoff so that they can participate and see how important it is to you and grow our membership that way. Absolutely. I don't want to just steal the answer, but that's pretty solid. There's a couple of thoughts that I have, and it goes out of just the one, so I'm kind of sidestepping my question. A couple of things. If I could get every member of the AFA to, over the next year, be actively engaged, to attend every mote or gathering within a day's drive of them, and to go to a Hoff every Holy Tide, that would change the game in their lives, in their ability and their enthusiasm to participate in Asatru. That would change everything. If every member were to go out and bring, if they could self-replicate, if every member over the next year could get one other person to join the Asatru Folk Assembly, would literally double our membership in the next year. That would be fantastic. That would be a big game changer. If every member of the AFA decided to donate by Hoftoller, which is percentage-based giving a minimum of 1% of their income to the Asatru Folk Assembly. Honestly, in all of their income, 1% at least to the AFA over the next year, I think we would see a tremendous increase in our ability to accomplish, to get new Hoffs to do things. That would make a big difference. Either one of those three things would change the game. I'll further specify, if we could get every member of the AFA to do something we asked all of them to do it at once, just that willingness to do that would change the game. So I think all of those things. Question: the dart that slew Balder was made of mistletoe. Does that mean that we should shun mistletoe?
No, because in that story, it is relayed that mistletoe was used to kill Balder because it was the one being that Frigg had not asked to pledge not to hurt Balder. It says that the reason she did not ask mistletoe is because it was so young, and so no, we shouldn't. It did not. It was not given the chance to swear that oath to not harm Balder. Yeah, that's all I got on that. I don't know if there's a prettier, more flowery way of putting it.
No, that's the perfect answer. What Trent said, 100% what Trent said. Do you anticipate a time in the future when we are too widespread for new leadership to directly oath in the presence of the Allsherjargoth? Would this be facilitated by Spekingr or Gothar? What are 1 to 2 things you would like to see included in the Tiershoff mural, aside from Lord Tyr himself? So I should absolutely read these questions earlier while Trent's talking so that I know what's coming, because this one makes me think a little bit. Trent, what are 1 to 2 things you would like to see included in the Tiershoff mural, aside from Tyr?
Okay, I thought you were going to have me answer the whole thing. Okay. I think it would be cool. So if you've seen the Phrasehoff mural, there is the bit where his sword is on the ground rather than in its, on his person, because he gave it up to get Gerther. And I think it would be neat if Tyr's sword were still on his person in a side scabbard, but he would be missing his hand, and it would be the hand that would be used to pull the sword, right? So the scabbard is on his left hand, and Lord Tyr is right-handed. He would be missing his right hand, but he would still have his sword in the scabbard visible, is kind of what I've always pictured. Another thing is kind of working in an eagle, because that's going to be the Kinfilgia of Tiershoff. That's all I've got on that.
So to the first part of the question, yes, I anticipate a time where new leadership will not always be able to oath in my presence. That would be awesome that we reach a big enough point where that happens, and that makes sense. I think it would, again, go like you mentioned in your post, it would, descend by rank to, like, I think, a level higher needs to oath in the level lower. I think it may be a situation where I specifically empower someone to take oaths at a certain time or a certain place. It depends. I still want to do my best to make it to these Hoffs as often as I can so that I can do the oathing. It's a personal thing that I don't want to not do. Like, if I had it my way, I would conduct all of them. But I don't. That's not the way it has to be for eternity, especially as we grow. It is going to be great when we get to a point where we're so big that that's unwieldy. And I will say, when Steve was the Auxiliary Gothi, I oathed in Folk Builders as a Folk Builder coordinator, so that's not unprecedented. In the past, we've had Gothar coordinators that have oathed in Gothar. It wouldn't be unheard of. It's just something that I've always done since I've been the Auxiliary Gothi. I'm trying to think. There may have been a time where I think a former folk builder coordinator oathed a couple of people in, but I'd have to go back and look at our records on that. But yeah, I do anticipate that time. I always want to anticipate times where we have to evolve what we do because our success and our growth is overwhelming. That's always a good thing to think of. Two things I want in the mural other than Tyr himself. So this is cheating, but I'm going to use it anyway. The imagery of Tyr pointing to the world axis, pointing to the North Star, kind of alluded to in the rune poems. I want that to be on display, but the idea of that is at Tiershoff, the mural will be directly underneath a window panel by which the North Star will be visible directly over top of Tyr. So it is related to the mural, but I want it to happen by reality and not depicted in the mural. But I think it counts. I'm going to claim that it counts. Because Tyr is, I think, one of our eldest gods, there is a sense of gravitas from time. I would like him to look older and well seasoned that way. I'd also like his armor and armaments to reflect an earlier age of our folk. So I had talked with Spawn about possibly him having less Viking armor and more Gothic armor. But those are some ideas and some thoughts that I have on the mural, and I'm sure, I want to think of vague ideas. I also don't on the murals want to pin Spawn in too much because I want his inspiration to be able to flow in the best way. He's done so wonderfully in the murals so far. It's a very sacred thing, and I don't want to take any of that away from him as the artist the gods have chosen to work through on these murals. So I want to make sure that balance is right too. All right, next question. A torque is usually not a complete circle. Does that mean that it is not acceptable as an oath ring? It's not a complete circle. Trent, what do you thought?
It is unacceptable to call it an oath ring because it's not a ring. It is acceptable to still make oaths upon that. I mean, we've had oaths in the AFA sworn upon Relentless, the sword of the AFA, and the two I'm thinking of have both held up. So if the torque is sacred, then it's not an oath ring because it's not a ring, but it isn't a sacred object that you can swear oaths on. Uh, yeah, I wouldn't call anything an oath ring if it's not a ring, I suppose.
It is not a circle. You are correct. So, no, I think that it's a perfectly fine thing to swear an oath on if it's sacred. Um, I there is a imagery about never endingness with a circle that I think is poignant symbolically, but looking at archaeological evidence a lot on different arm rings and things, they often were not circles. They often had like a clasp, or even they wrapped around and kind of doubled over on each other. But they were very seldom just a ring because it just doesn't work really well on the arm without some way to fasten it or tighten it. But either way, swearing on an oath ring I think is really important, but swearing on a sacred object is important. Sword oaths are attested to amongst our folk. Trent mentioned that, I've taken oaths, or I've had oaths taken on Relentless. And people get really intense, so I want to look strong, like holding the sword out, but then they want to press really hard with their fingers on it, and it becomes this like tendon struggle. But I've also I took my ordination oath on, not really. I had a torque that I had my mentor Brad and I had Steve also hold with me while we said words over. That was after the actual ceremony, so I don't think it was the official ordination oath taken on it. I have oathed people before when we didn't have something else present and we'd forgotten to bring an item to oath on. I've had people take an oath holding my stole. The first oath I took, my folk builder oath, I was holding on to the original AFA banner. So we all took that holding on the AFA banner. All right, so Trent, what do you think about the internet scholars trying to claim that it is an evil magic form that goes against, that say there is an evil magic form that goes against the gods? Let's say.
I would say, the internet scholars being the Norna Society, I'm pretty sure, I would say that's silly because it's just untrue. I mean, Lady Freya, I know Freya, her name means lady, so it's like saying lady, but bear with me. Lady Freya, she uses Sather for the good of the gods. Can it be used for evil? I'm sure it can. Does it inherently go against the gods? No.
All right. Yeah. No. I would call them silly geese, as I will call my daughter when she says something that is silly. I think that, yeah, it's just not. It's not looked at that way in the ancient lore. Magic is something that always makes people suspicious, and increasingly in a Christianized time, magic becomes extra scary because it goes outside of their God's purview, and women are particularly scary, and sailor magic is women magic. Um, I think there's plenty of beneficial uses for it. And I think it is a tool. It is a tool that is well attested. It is a tool that is taught by one of our goddesses that is holy. Um, sure, you can use it for bad things. And man, we see it in the lore used to do, to hurt people and do harm all the time. Cool. But so are swords. We don't think they're bad. And spears and axes. You can use them to defend your king and to do awesome things and to be a hero. You can also use them to murder people and slaughter indiscriminately. You can use tools for lots of different stuff, but guns don't kill people. People kill people. So no, sailor is not immoral or bad. It is attested to and practiced by some of our Aesir. It's just not. All right, question. We do bloat in a clockwise fashion. And in the northern hemisphere, that's how the sun appears to move when you face north. But if you face north in the southern hemisphere, it goes counterclockwise. Does that mean that we should do bloat counterclockwise if we're in Australia or Papua New Guinea? Trent, what say?
I say no, because Australia or Papua New Guinea, I don't know much about Papua New Guinea, but Australia is part of the Anglosphere, and the people there, and I don't want to say indigenous, but the Australians, the actual Australians, are Anglo-Saxon or Celtic or some combination thereof, mostly, largely, right? So they're native to the northern hemisphere, and our faith is about roots and home in a physical and spiritual, more sacred sense. So no, I would do it the way we would do it in our original homes, clockwise, and also because, or sunwise as we call it, but yeah, also clockwise works because it's kind of that idea of moving forward and of right, correct action. We don't move backwards. We don't move against the grain to be edgy. We do the right thing. We do the correct thing, no matter what hemisphere we're in. Cool question, though.
So, yeah, what Trent said, it is largely symbolic, and it's aligning ourselves with tradition and with order, and it is done with a clear understanding of kind of why we do it and that it goes along and is symbolic. I think that if our people collectively lost all of our lore and 1,000 years from now, white people in Australia decided, oh, well, the sun moves this way down here. This is how we're going to start doing it. I don't think that that would be wrong, but it's not our current tradition. And the point of that is that we've taken our traditions with us to the areas that we have conquered and colonized. And so we do it our way and not the native way. We export us to the places that we go. And I think in that sense, it's similar to how we celebrate our holidays. Yes, it is awkward to celebrate midsummer in the middle of winter in Australia. I get that. But I don't, and there's been debate about this over the years, and sometimes some people do it one way and sometimes people do it a different way. They lose track when they celebrate Yule down there. Like, well, it's all of the symbols are natural and about winter. They make it about Jesus so they can celebrate it at that time of the year. But it's not about, it is transcended to where it is about our folk custom and not about aligning ourselves to a biome that we're in. It's about aligning ourselves to a tradition and a connectivity with our ancestors and with the original practice of our faith. So again, I don't think that it is wrong, but I don't think that there's a compelling reason to do so. And I think that, again, it speaks to the fact of where we come from and our heritage and our tradition, not where we find ourselves. But again, I don't think you're gonna, I don't think that you're doing some horrible wrongness by doing it that way, especially if you have a thought out reason to. One of the big things too, whatever you do, have a reason that you're doing it. I think it is much better to do something incorrectly, but with a clear and coherent thought process of why you're doing it that way, than to do something haphazardly where you haven't given thought to it or didn't take it seriously or didn't care about it. So I think that's a good and interesting question. It's not one I had thought about. Next question. Are men who practice Sather on a regular basis considered effeminate? Trent.
Yeah, I don't know that effeminate fully covers it, but yes, effeminate among other things, I guess. It's essentially a breaking of natural law, right? In the same way that being a transvestite would be. And yeah, I know that's not what they prefer to call themselves. That's why I use that word before anybody says anything. It willingly going beyond the pale of what is correct and normal and again natural law is bad. And effeminate, I'm going to say no, not effeminate, because that implies, at least I think, a kind of genuine femininity, maybe. So if that connotation is there, then no, not effeminate, because there's nothing genuinely feminine about a man doing female things. If effeminate does not have that connotation and it just means, and it implies like a fake femininity, then yes.
So depends on what you mean when you say Sather. And I think that I think that when we get precise terms, it becomes different. One of the aspects, and I'll put this there is a receptive aspect of Sather where you are inviting other forces to work through you in a mediumistic kind of way. That is inherently feminine. Magic that men practice is inherently operative and directed, and the men are the one inflicting the magic through will, not giving over their will and their presence to be. This cuts to the meat of what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be vulgar, but to be penetrated and a receptacle of things in that sense. It's an inny-outy kind of situation, and I do think that's a very real connotation to it. For women to be the submissive partner in a safe practice to where the gods or the spirits, or I think it's one of the reasons that you would have women who were more often mediums than men in modern spiritualism or anything else. The way that they connect with divinity is in a very different way, and they have a tendency to channel things or have the spirits ride them, as it was called, or work through them, or take possession of them. I think men doing that is inherently looked at as feminine and as you being the catcher and not the pitcher. And I think that imagery, though, it becomes silly and vulgar. I don't mean it that way, but I think that is inherent in the concept, and that's one of the reasons that it was looked at as kind of an ergi practice. Should we return to patronymy instead of using surnames? Trent?
I'm not sure who chose to type return in all caps with the V instead of the U, if that was Nick or the original question asker. But, good job on that. That's pretty funny.
Plus, not me. I'm not that nerdy. Dang.
I don't know about that, but no, okay, well, cool. Thank you for that, Swimming Tiger. That's always funny to read. I wouldn't be like hardline opposed to returning to those kinds of names. I like my surname East. It's because we came from the eastern part of England. It's kind of not very creative, but it helps me trace where in England my ancestors were from, and then Jutland before that. And so it's neat, and I think while I'm typically not a fan of diversity, right? The diversity of surnames is cool. They tell a story, and I think that's important. Plus, my first name is Brandon after my dad, so if my name was Brandon Brandonson, that'd sound really stupid. But other people have better names that lend themselves well to that naming device, so wouldn't be opposed to it.
Reminds me of the movie with the guy whose name was Major, 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 and they made him a major in the military.
That's just irresponsible.
Yeah, I think it would very quickly become very, very confusing. Like, should we? I think in group it'd be fun and eccentric and interesting. I think it's really cool. I like it. It's neat that the Icelanders do that. But as somebody who's tried to look up Icelanders and look into Icelandic history, even with their relatively low national population, it becomes very confusing because there's only so many name combinations and you run out really quick. So it's hard enough as it is to look up, Brandon East. It would be even harder to look up Brandon Brandonson. And I think that over time, there would be a bajillion of those, and it'd be very confusing and very difficult. I like it. I think it's really cool. It would be fun to do and fun to nerd out over. I was thinking about this, as a matter of fact, just the other day, because it is something that I think about. But I don't think that, the United States should adopt that tradition. I think it is a fun in-group thing to do, or a fun thing to, call your buddies or whatever. But I don't know that we should turn back time and try to do that again. We just exist in. It's harder to keep track of. We're a much bigger society. It would be very difficult for America at 300 million to have that tradition, whereas Iceland at, a couple 100,000 is still very confusing. Trent, if you had to explain to somebody who isn't Asatru what it means to wear a Mjolnir, how would you explain it? And do you prefer historically accurate designs?
I'm going to answer that backwards. I always think I prefer historically accurate designs until I see a non-historically accurate design that looks cool. So I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that one. All of them are cool, like I said. If I had to explain to somebody who isn't Asatru what it means to wear the Mjolnir, I would kind of give the same spiel I gave regarding how a vampire would react to it, but to reiterate, nowadays it's worn for two reasons. One is the more profane reason of it says, "Hey, I'm Asatru. Ask me about this," But the other reason is, of course, I am a devout follower of Thor and his kin, and this means something. This gives me courage. It gives me a sort of strength. It does invoke Lord Thor in a way, as the Elshiragothi mentioned. And, the lecture of what Asatru is and the various rabbit holes therein could go on for hours or even days following that, but that's at least where I would start.
So the only way to answer this is assuming a situation and telling your kind of first volley, because depending on what they say, the conversation can go a million different directions. And I think it's important to be open to all those directions and go there. If people are like, cool, I like your necklace. What's that? Ah, this is Mjolnir. This is the hammer of Thor. You mean like Thor, like the Viking god? Yes, exactly. I wear this because I worship Thor, and this is a sign that I am one of his worshipers. Cool. What? I never heard of that before. Yeah, it's called Asatru. This is, whatever, if they keep asking questions. It really depends on where it goes from there. But the biggest thing is like, oh yeah, awesome. Be excited about it. Not like, it's just, never mind. It's amazing how when people are uncomfortable, they act guilty or like they're doing something bad. And that gives a really horrible impression. Be proud of what it is, whether they understand it or not. I get pretty regularly, and it's common now for people to wear hammers. I see people wearing hammers all the time. I think it's really neat to see that. I do not take advantage of bothering those people about their hammers nearly enough, and I really should. I try to at least hey man, I like your hammer, or hey man, I like your Mjolnir. And if they stop and we converse, cool. If they just cool, thanks, and keep walking, okay. But I have people ask me about it fairly regularly, every few months or something. And it usually doesn't go anywhere other than people notice it and hey, I like your Mjolnir. I'm like, thank you. And then they go about their business. But if they want to ask something and keep going, it opens up a lot of different ways you can take it, depending. Ronald Blake donated $100 towards our South African fund. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate your donation. I appreciate having you back in the chat room lately. Nick reminds me to plug Midsummer. So Midsummer's coming up, and it's coming up soon. It's coming up next weekend, the 20th, at all of our Hofs. But very particularly, it is liable to be the very biggest event of the year. Not guaranteed, but likely to be. And it is the showcase event at Odenshof in Brownsville, California. I will be going out there. I look forward to seeing everybody out there. It is the oldest standing AFA event. It's kind of a big deal at a very, very special place. So if you can make it to Brownsville, California, June the 19th through the 21st, I would love to see you there and worship our gods with you. And it's going to be a great time. If you can't, I would encourage you to celebrate Midsummer at your local Hof. We have 5. Odenshof in Brownsville, California, Thorshof in Linden, North Carolina, Baldershof in Murdoch, Minnesota, Njordshof in White Springs, Florida, and most recently, Frazehof in Austintown, Ohio. So love to see you out there, and look forward to having an amazing Midsummer, and I hope you guys do wherever you find yourself. So, Trent, I'm kind of curious to hear your thoughts on this myself. Are the land spirits of America benevolent or malevolent? Are the land spirits identified by the old natives worthwhile to study and interact with? How do our land spirits come into play here?
I've never thought about whether or not they're benevolent or malevolent. I would say it probably depends on how you treat them. Pretty much. I mean, all of our Hofs are built in these North American land spirits territories, so to speak. And land spirits have not harmed any of these hoffs, that could be because they're sacred spaces devoted to the Aesir. And so if they had tried to harm them, it simply would not work. It could be because the pious and righteous folk of the AFA just simply don't bother those land spirits. Maybe the land spirits hated the engines and are happy with the pale faces for teaching them a lesson or two. I don't know. Are the land spirits identified by the old natives worthwhile to study and interact with? I mean, anytime I do bloat at a place that is not AFA sacred ground, like my house here in Georgia, I do the old hallowing the area, and I mention to the land spirits, those that wish us well are welcome in this space. Those that wish us woe when you're away from here, as Spekingr Spawn taught a bunch of us as Gothar students. That is the only interaction I have or will have with them, likely. As far as studying them, yeah, that stuff's fascinating. Like Appalachia specifically has a really interesting history of those kinds of things, like skinwalkers, Wendigos? Is that it, I think? I was gonna say Wendigoon, but I think that's a YouTuber that studies Wendigoons, or Wendigos, whatever. Those types of things are really interesting to study. I haven't put a lot of time into it, because I'm busy with AFA stuff. How do our native land spirits come into play here? So I assume you mean from Europe or Hyperborea before that. I don't know for certain that they do. If they're spirits of the land and we didn't bring the land with us to this side of the planet, I don't know that they do come into play.
All right, so pause in the chat room for a second, because I'd like to add to the ongoing conversation, because I want to clear something up and I think it's important to. But I want to answer this question first. This is really interesting to me. I think that details matter, and land spirits are a broad category of thing and not a singular thing. Like animals, cool. A dog and a bear are not the same thing, but they're certainly both animals. That's a really lame analogy, I apologize. But like land spirits, there are spirits of the land that are different things. And then there are our past ancestors that are also land spirits. There are Alvar that are land spirits, and there are likely Dvergar who are land spirits. Land spirits is a really broad category. I think the good default is be respectful of land spirits. I think there are spirits that are tied to place that are not culturally attuned with one group of people or another. They just are, they exist there. And I think those it's beneficial to be respectful of. I think we bring spirits with us when we claim space and when we do a land taking, and there's power to that. But I think building a good relationship with the spirits that exist in a land makes sense. I know here in the United States, oftentimes, just because of that engine connection, because the spirits of the land are used to receiving tobacco, people will make offerings of tobacco. I don't think that's bad. I don't think you are like worshiping dead engines. I think that respecting the spirits of the land you find themselves in and forging a new path that way is probably a very good thing. I think being a respectful person when you go somewhere or when you arrive in an area, or when you interact with any kind of life form is a nice thing to do. Be noble in your interactions in the mundane world and in the spiritual world. To the no, I think Spawn cleared it up over in the side, but I just want to add a couple of things. Guys practicing girl stuff isn't bad because girl stuff is less than or is lame. Guys practicing girl stuff is bad because it's gay and unmanly. Women magic is highly respected throughout our history. Tacitus writes in Germania how the tribesmen of the Germans used to put a special emphasis on women's wisdom when it came to magic, because they had a special proprietary way of interacting with the spirit world that men didn't. I think that more often than not, women tend to be gifted with second sight in a way that men usually aren't. Powerful female Seith Kona or the other word escapes me, regardless, vulva. Female magicians were prized and sought after by kings and by chieftains to come amongst a largely male-dominated place to speak with magical authority to those assembled, and their wisdom was trusted and was highly prized. So it's not that female magic is less good or bad or less holy or whatever. When we answered the question earlier, it's sacred to Freya and something we really have a lot of respect for. But it's really different. And a guy dressing up, like a guy doing female things, is fundamentally disgusting to other men because it is a transgression against natural order. And it is a disgrace and a cheapening of the beauty of something that we value so high. So the existence of it is offensive in and of itself. But no, it's not anything to do with a lesser value of the women's magic. If anything, I think there is a taboo or an understanding that female magic is often much more potent. You see women historically being the keepers of herb lore and medicinal magic. I don't think that, there's a lot of crossover on stuff that doesn't make it effeminate for a guy to do, but I think specifically the like I said, the thing where you're entered by something magic is particularly feminine, and it's for women to do women things well is beautiful and honorable and awesome. For men to do women things is an aberration and just gross, and I think we get that. And I also think that women to try to pretend they're men is also off-putting and gross. That doesn't mean it's because men things aren't good or aren't awesome to do. It's an aberration for women to try to pretend that they're men and for men to try to pretend and assume the role of a woman. And it is a degradation to their manhood, not because the other thing is less than or bad, but because it is outside of their natural role, and it's a disgrace to the sacredness that femininity holds. Can Hoffs move? What kind of factors would it take for one to move? Environmental, population density, and membership? Trent, have you given any thought to this?
A little. There's all kinds of different directions that can go, but
I don't even like speaking it out loud, but if something were to happen to one of the Hoffs, I know there's like wildfires that get close to Odenshoff all the time, and so I've thought about that. I suppose Odenshoff in this instance would be rededicated. I would not say Hoff can move just due to population density and membership. I would think that would just be a new Hoff, which we would welcome that. Feel free to have like member density by population somewhere. Do it, I dare you. I wouldn't even call that a moving of the Hoff. I don't know what the naming difference would be, but if we had to rededicate Odenshoff, a new Odenshoff, and it's not up to me, of course, but I think there'd be something in the title of the new Hoff that would kind of denote that it's not the first original Odenshoff. That's the only scenario I can think of where a Hoff would move. And I guess that kind of falls under the environmental thing. That's all I can think of as far as a factor that would cause that.
Yeah, I don't even want to speak that into existence. Again, part of plank 2 of what we talked about tonight about the immortality of it is once we establish a Hoff, that Hoff's there forever with the best we can do. To have to close down and like abandon a Hoff would be a tremendous failing on our part and a tremendous blow. I'm trying to think if there was, some kind of, America was invaded and portions of, like the communists took over California as if they haven't already, and decided to like seize the property and kick us off it or something. I suppose again, that's a horrible situation. I wouldn't even want to contemplate too much. It's like, cool, can we stay here and practice our faith at this Hoff, even though we're behind enemy lines and we're in occupied territory? I don't even know how that would work. If we absolutely had to by some legal thing where people with guns are forcing us from the property and whatever, maybe a removal of sacred items and relics and taking them with us to reestablish the Hoff somewhere else, as our ancestors would take like high seat pillars and such. I suppose that's the best of a terrible situation, what I have said. But I do advise, just for something like that, is when our loved ones are interred in urns rather than their ashes scattered. So in case we had to, we could exhume the urns and take the urns with us to a new location if we had to. And that's one of those thought processes I've had. But it would have to be the last possible resort for us to try to relocate a Hoff. Now, if a natural disaster happened and a Hoff burnt down, we would build a new Hoff and like rededicate. Like if Odenshoff, and I use Odenshoff for a couple of reasons. It's one I've thought the most about because the one we've had the longest, but it's also in a very fire-prone area. If it burnt to the ground, we would rebuild Odenshoff there, and it would be Odenshoff, and it would be rebuilt. If it had to move, and we could like take the altar with us and take, I don't know, that would be I hope it doesn't come to that. Again, I don't know where we will be when we have Hoff number 15 and we have to go into a different naming cycle. There will always be an Odenshoff. So if worst case scenario, it was seized by a hostile power and like that chunk of ground didn't exist anymore or was rebuilt into some kind of leering center or some nonsense, we would reestablish an Odenshof somewhere. It would not be the same Hof. But yeah, that's a chilling question that I'd prefer not to contemplate over much. Trent, can you move a land spirit?
It's one of those things I can't answer definitively, but I would lean towards no. If the spirit is tied to the land, you don't take the land with you. What do you think, sir?
I think, okay, so I appreciate the question, but I think the question's silly because it kind of, I think there are certain spirits that are tied to a piece of land or a location. I don't know if those are mobile. We refer to, as I said earlier, so many things as land spirits. I think that spirits sacred to us move places. But like, for example, that I'd be thinking in an extreme case, like river goddesses in Europe. You know, the goddess of the Rhine, you can't move to the Mississippi River and like, here, this is yours now. You can leave. I don't think that works that way because they're so specifically tied to a natural feature. But I think there are spirits that we kind of collectively call Landvitier that are ancestral spirits that move with the tribe or with the family. And I think those spirits do come, but I do think there are spirits that are tied to specific pieces of land or location. Those I don't think you can move unless they're specific to an artifact on that land that you can move. Like if they were a spirit of a certain sacred boulder somewhere and you were able to pick up a boulder and put it in your skyscraper somewhere, maybe something. But that's really, really speculative. But I appreciate these questions because they do make us think, and it's crucial that we re-examine stuff that we take for granted and that we rethink out the logic on things. I think that's very important to do. Trent, what is your favorite 90s grunge or metal band?
For grunge, Soundgarden, or the first three and only the first three albums of the Smashing Pumpkins. Anything after Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness is just cringe, nuclear cringe. Metal bands. Well, of course, the greatest metal band of all time had their heyday in the 90s. So Pantera, naturally. Anyone who answers otherwise is lying to you, and truth is a virtue. So just, be aware of that. Megadeth was also good in the 90s. Metallica got really gay in the 90s. Although I do like some songs from Load. But they're not metal songs anymore is all.
I don't know that I can speak to 90s metal. I'm not that guy. My favorite 90s grunge band's Pearl Jam. I'm surprised with you and the Smashing Pumpkins, though. So keep them guessing. Billy Corgan makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's his whole thing. He shaved his head so as not to be vain or whatever, because he felt like he was just too good looking with his hair. And it's like, no, he's always looked like someone that deserved to be shoved into a locker, and then he shaved his head and he just looked like someone that deserved to be shoved into a locker so that he doesn't cannibalize your family or something,
There you have it, folks. So, which of the 9 noble virtues do you guys associate with? Do you see these virtues play out in your daily lives? I don't follow the first half of the question. I apologize. So I'm gonna flip the script.
Which of the virtues do you associate yourself with?
That's not what it says.
That's what it means.
That's what Nick says it means. Nick's not Isaac.
I mean, but no, but Nick's correct.
I kid. Which no, because any of us are going to say, "Oh, all 9 of them." Trent, which 2 of the 9 noble virtues do you most associate yourself with, and do you see these virtues play out in your daily life?
Before I answer that, I just want to point out Billy Corgan was on Alex Jones' show once or twice. You should look into that. Okay. The 2 of the 9 noble virtues, I'm like you said, yeah, I'd like to say I aspire to all of them, certainly. The 2 I would associate with the most, I'm gonna say fidelity or loyalty, whichever you prefer to use, and I'm not trying to make myself seem cool or whatever. I really try to aspire to courage. I've been in positions where I needed to for stupid reasons, and so that one's important to me. Do I see them play out in my daily life? Fidelity and loyalty for sure. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I've been very loyal to the AFA and other things in my life. I'm going to continue to be, and that's really important to me. As far as courage, if there's an instance where I can show courage, I certainly try to, but those don't come about too often, I guess.
I'm going to say honor and perseverance. Trying, mine's a little bit of I don't know. I'm cheating on this a little bit because so much of my daily life is wrapped up in overtly Asatru stuff. It's a little bit easier, different to answer than some other people do. I would say honor in the sense that I'm very, very aware of the gravity of my situation, and I try really hard to be to have that reflected in how I treat people or how I make decisions, because I'm aware that I'm not just making them as me, I'm making them as the Alsheri Gothi of the Asatru Folk Assembly. So I want to rise to that standard. So that's kind of an ever-present thought in how I do things. And perseverance in the sense that again, there's tremendous weight to what we're doing and to what I am entrusted with ensuring that we do well. There are a lot of things that come up to try to derail or wear down or negativity thrown our direction or whatever else. But pushing through the lows to reach new highs, pushing through adversity, pushing through times where there's an enthusiasm gap or where there's naysayers, pushing through because anything less is unacceptable to me is something that I think that I'm consciously aware and consciously striving for. Hopefully I hit my mark on that sometimes, but it's something that I'm always aware of, and I'm very consciously trying to apply myself to persevering when it comes to moving Asatru forward. Trent, are there malevolent spirits? If so, how does one deal with them?
So I'll give my answer, but I also recommend taking this question to Spekingr Brandy or any of our Githir, really. They'll have a far better answer than me. But are there malevolent spirits? Yeah, of course. Maybe there are some land Batir here in North America that are not happy with our conquest of the Redskins. If so, how does one deal with them? So that's part of the purpose of a land taking or a land blessing. For one, it sort of sanctifies the space in the name of the Aesir. And there's all kinds of other like rune-based ways to deal with them. One way that a former AFA Gothi student from about 10 years ago told me was to kind of galder the rune Thurasaz and sort of trace it over each doorway of whatever space you're trying to chase these spirits away from. Another thing I've heard is one way you might feel that you're being influenced by some kind of malevolent spirit is if your mindset, your headspace is just especially negative for no real reason, and not in an like anxiety or depressive way, but just this kind of out of nowhere constant negativity in your own head. And I guess part of dealing with that would be being aware of it and actively fighting it there instead of letting yourself kind of fall into these, this sort of black hole of negativity and doom and gloom, just actively fighting that, looking on the bright side of things, etc. Like I said, I'm not super well versed in this stuff. I am not interesting enough to have been attacked by a malevolent spirit, thankfully. Again, I would genuinely urge you to ask any of the Githir. If any of them are on VNS anytime soon, I would urge you to come back. Well, whether they are or not, come back and see this show again, but also to ask them specifically because they'll have some great answers. I can assure you of that.
So my approach is different. So first, yes, there are malevolent spirits. I have been asked as a Gothi to exorcism goes too far, but to free people of malevolent spirit attachments, to clear haunted spaces. My approach is trying to figure out how to characterize it. I don't know the right word to say it, and I don't mean it disparagingly, so hopefully you take my meaning. Mine is more off the cuff, from the heart, and less hocus pocus. There's a lot of people that have a lot of different things they do with fire and with salt, with smoke, and with banishing rituals and whatnot. And I may incorporate those theatrics into it sometimes. But one thing that I think is really important, I make it sound too simple, and I apologize, but dealing with spiritual forces, it's not that it's not more complicated, but we have a tendency to throw out the things that we know in order to deal with the other. The base of our interacting with anything is based on how we understand interacting with the stuff that we're familiar with. How do you interact with a scary dog? How do you interact with a bully? How do you interact with shady groups of people or earth fauna that you deal with on the streets? Don't let all of that go out the window when you contemplate dealing with malevolent spiritual entities. There is a wisdom that we learn in dealing with malevolence in the world around us. When there is conscious malevolence, you deal with things in certain ways, and some of those things hold very true in the spiritual realm. Dogs sense when you're afraid, and if you start acting twitchy and scared, it triggers predators to attack and to increase their predation. If you're in a crowd of people and you're acting scared and you're acting shady and you're all like terrified, you are an easy person to take advantage of. If you don't and you have self-confidence, in both of those scenarios, you are less likely to be predated upon. The same is true in the spiritual realm. If you are constantly scared of spirits and stuff, malevolent spirits often feed upon misfortune and other things, but they also feed upon fear. If you are fearful and you act like a victim, then they tend to victimize you. Also, if you, I'll go hard the other way and I'll just be a jerk and provoke things, that also tends to get a response from all predatory things. So use those lessons when you deal with malevolent spiritual forces. The other thing is, you build up a certain amount of spiritual might and gravitas in your life. Know where you're at with that. Be honest with yourself. Don't sell yourself short, but don't overblow your abilities. I think that invoking your ancestors and loved ones who are beyond the veil to help you is a very valid thing to do. I think entreating your Filgia to help you in the spiritual realm is a good thing to do. And I think calling upon the gods to help you is a very good thing to do. But I also think that you standing tall and proud and looking things in the eye and being assertive with your spiritual might is worth doing. I think you have a spiritual presence. I have found in my dealings with things that if you act overcautious or over scared of spiritual forces, they have power that they would not otherwise have if you assert yourself confidently and you recognize their existence and deal with them not as an unknown force that has power over you, but as a known force that exists in your life. I don't know if this is coming off as clear as I would like it to be, but in my experience, if you talk directly at the thing that is malevolent and you set ground rules on stuff and you invoke the gods to help you and you stand confidently when scary things are happening, there's less of an ability for that negative thing to affect you. And if they want to prey on things and you are a hard target, most predators will prefer soft targets to hard targets. If you make yourself a hard target, they will move to softer targets. I think this is true in a crowd. I think this is true when wolves are going after a herd. I think this is true when you're dealing with black bear. Not that they're typically predators, but like you have an ability, and the more you make yourself unpleasant, the less likely they are to hurt you. But yeah, know what you're dealing with. If it's something overwhelming, by all means, entreat one of our Gothar to help you. There's stuff that can be done, but don't abdicate that you have spiritual efficacy beyond yourself. If you're living right, if you have a relationship with the ancestors, with your gods, and with your philia, then you have supporters on the other side of the veil. You have things in your favor. You're not just at the whim of malevolent spiritual forces. If you let them in and you abdicate your power to them, they will oppress you. That's kind of what they feed off of and what they do. And I worry that my answer kind of has gone real far afield here, but that's my reaction to it. Which Asatru hero sacrificed the most, in your opinion, Trent?
I don't know that there's a straightforward objective answer to that. So many of them lost their lives and their worldly possessions to Olaf Tryggvason. I guess you could argue about which one had the most gruesome death. Gothiraud the Strong is the one that first comes to mind when I read that question. I try to think of which one had the most gruesome death, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna go with that, but just with the caveat, there's not a solid answer to that because so many of them just lost their lives and their worldly possessions to the traitor Olaf.
So I'm thinking on it. I apologize for the dead air on like who sacrificed the most. It's hard because we have heroes that put in work but weren't killed for the cause. And so it's like you want to immediately go to the ones that were put to death for their faith. I mean, a number of, like Trent said, I think Raud's death was particularly not good. Sorry, I really am trying to think on this one, and I want to make sure I give a good answer that's assessed properly of this. I think he's kind of a front runner. So we have a couple of newly recognized heroes that I think there's a case to be made about as well. And both of them were burnt alive. So Eric Carlson or Clausen, who we're going to be celebrating his Day of Remembrance, I believe on Friday. He and Rackvald Odenskarl were both burned at the stake for refusing to denounce Odin in the late 1400s. I think burning to death's pretty awful. So perhaps one of those two. If Frigg was asking non-animated objects not to hurt Balder, then how is that not animism? Trent?
Well, so our stories are not meant to be taken super duper ultra concrete literally as the Abrahamic ones are. So, for example, the thing about Jesus walking on water, that's meant to be taken literally. That would be a miracle, right? With our stuff, though, it's not always. They convey a truth with a capital T. They don't. So, all right, Balder is a god, all right? Mistletoe is not literally going to kill a god because he's a god. But the story conveys the truth of Balder's death and his trip to hell and the attempts to bring him back from hell. It's not animism because we don't take that literally. Obviously, you can't speak to mistletoe and it cannot speak back to you. It cannot take an oath because it doesn't have a soul. It doesn't have sentience, etc. If you were to take all of the myths extremely literally, though, I see why in that case that would be pointed to as evidence of animism.
What Trent said. No, it's exactly that. That's the point of the story is let's ask all of the things we can possibly find. And they found the one small little thing that seemed very harmless and overlooked one thing. And that's all it took for evil to take hold and inflict such a great harm. It's like the fetter that they used to bind Fenrir. We're not meant to believe that it's literally made out of bird spit and the sound a cat makes when it moves and the roots of a mountain. The idea is it's made up of all these impossible substances that are like, almost like you have impossible to find. And if you found enough of these impossible things that are so completely rare, you could make this special thing. It wasn't meant to be literally those materials, just like there's not the spirit of mistletoe. But even if it were, what mistletoe did she ask? Didn't say she asked every sprig of mistletoe or every mistletoe plant. In that case, mistletoe was I speak for the mistletoe. I'll choose not to do this thing. The idea that every single piece of mistletoe would be consulted wouldn't make sense. Just like the idea in animism, every blade of grass clearly isn't a person. It just doesn't make sense that way. Or, if really cool boulders are spirits, okay, but what about like little rocks? What about pebbles? What about sand? What about dust? It just doesn't play out that way. It just doesn't work that way. But I do see your question, and in that particular context, I don't think it's a dumb thing to ask. I think it is worth the question, certainly. But yeah, exactly as Trent described it there. Jeffrey in Texas donated $15 to the pavilion and $15 to Njordshof. Thank you, Jeffrey. We appreciate you. We appreciate your generosity. Any thoughts on Hoffs to the children of the Aesir? Like Magni, Modi, Thurther, Knoss, Gersemi, etc. Trent, do you have any of those thoughts?
Yeah, well, I can't say for certain that those are definitely going to happen exactly as those names. It's absolutely entirely within the realm of possibility. I think realistically, we're going to be a couple of Allsherry or Gothar down the road by the time we get to them. But I would certainly say that my thoughts on Hoffs to them would be like, yes, they will happen, but it might be my son or my grandkids or great grandkids that are alive for them being dedicated and we get that far down the list rather than me being alive for it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility at all. I don't really know what we're going to do when we get past the first 14. Um, there will undoubtedly be multiple Odinshofs and multiple Hoffs to specific gods. There may very well be Hoffs to the Aesir generally. There may be Hoffs like named after our heroes with a particular focus. That's interesting, and it's something that I don't know that our ancestors dealt with in the same way, but we will definitely figure that out when the time comes, and I'm certainly open to Hoffs, to the children of the gods. Spekingr Trent, what is your favorite comfort food, and what is your preferred doneness for steak?
My preferred doneness for steak is medium rare, but I'll accept medium. As far as my favorite comfort food, the box Kraft mac and cheese. The other day, so for some background info, I guess my wife's a really good cook, and she makes this really awesome macaroni and cheese with like 5 kinds of cheese in it. It's kind of a pain in the ass for her to make, but it's macaroni and cheese, right? We I forget what we had for dinner as like the main the entree, I guess, but I remember I was like, let's have Kraft mac and cheese as the side. And she was so annoyed with me because she's like, why? That's garbage. And I was like, yeah, but just, let's just do that. And she was like, okay, well, I'm going to buy this many boxes. And I was like, no, buy double that and make all of it. She was like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah, there won't be any leftovers, I promise. And I ate like a just morbidly disgusting amount of Kraft mac and cheese that night. I don't regret it at all. It was my granny used to make it along with other homemade foods for Sunday supper every week when I was a kid. And just something about like that crappy boxed macaroni and cheese. I just love it. So that's my comfort food. And then I eat steak like a sane person, medium rare or medium.
All right. Have you noticed a pipeline from anti-Abrahamism to Asatru? P.S. It was great to see you on Adam Green's show. Well, I appreciated the invite, and I was really glad to get to go on there and speak to his audience. Trent, have you noticed a pipeline from anti-Abrahamism to Asatru?
Yeah, kind of. I wish it was a larger pipe so we could fit more people through it. Yeah, it feels slow going. It's increased a lot recently, which is great, and I hope and also predict that it's going to continue to increase. I've certainly noticed it though. Yeah, it's big on. That's why I was saying if people want to help the war effort, as it were, get on Twitter, get on X, and kind of find these people and bring them in. That's where most of it's happening, as far as I can tell.
So, yes, and our people come home from a variety of different places for a variety of different reasons. There are so it depends on how hard you want to go on anti-Abrahamism. What I I'd separate that into two things. There are what I do see as a pipeline that often works out well for us are Christians who become dissatisfied with Christianity. They like elements of church ritual, and they like community, and they like organized religion, but they don't like Jesus, and they don't like the Jesus morality that's taught in church. There is a big influx of those people into Asatru, and that's been very productive. Then there's people who just don't like Jews and Muslims and Christians generally, but they come from like an atheism, but they like to hate on Abrahamism. And there's plenty to dislike about Abrahamism, please don't get me wrong. But those people, if they're coming from an atheist background and they're here because they don't like Christianity, it is harder to get them to embrace spirituality religiously and not as just a philosophy or an idea or a counterpoint to Jewish-based faiths. So there is a pipeline for that, but getting those people to have a productive devotional relationship to the ICER is harder than the other group that I mentioned.
So it is harder for that group. That's kind of why we harp on the importance of sort of suspending your cynicism for a minute and kind of just going to an event and giving it a shot. I mentioned that Ostara 2016 I went to. I had to kind of do that because the reason I went to atheism is because I hated Christianity. It's not because I was like, Christianity is Jewish, which it is, and that's, yes, plenty of reason not to follow it, but that's not why at the time I hated it. And so, I think that was very kind of nominally at first. I went to an event, and the first thing we did was Steve McNellan's Bloat to the Allfather, and I kind of, I loved it, of course, and I convinced myself, well, maybe I'm just sort of, this feeling I'm feeling is just me working myself up with some kind of chemical in my brain or whatever. And then the next day, a Gothi Flavel at the time did a Bloat to Ostara, the main bloat, and I kind of felt a similar enough feeling that it was clearly a different being, sort of, but of the same caliber, I guess, interacting with us. And that was what convinced me, oh, hey, this is totally real. Maybe my ancestors followed this for tens of thousands of years for a reason. And so I can't stress enough the importance of giving it an honest try, even if you are one of those people that just hates Christianity. And I don't blame you for hating Christianity. You can reach out to me on the side and we'll gripe about it till the cows come home, but there has to be more to it than that.
Yeah, that's all right. So this is our last question for tonight, but I want to end on kind of on this note. A couple things. So to this question, I guess not really, but kind of follow up something that Trent said. I'm not interested in trying to argue and like win a debate to get you to practice Asatru. Like I'll try, I'll give it my best shot if it'll help get you here, but it's not an intellectual proposition, and I don't think that you build sincere faith that way. You don't build it by dissecting the lore and postulating whether you believe in a red-bearded strong man that rides a goat chariot or not. That's silly. Whatever your thought is, it's not an intellectual argument. What happens if you're honest, and I say that, I can't guarantee you that's your experience. What has happened to me, if I'm honest, when I have stood in bloat to Asatru, I know that there is a presence that hears me, and that I exchange gifts with someone who hears what I'm saying and accepts my gift, and that presence is palpable to me, and in exchange, I receive blessings from the person that I've given gifts to. That's real, that exists. You stand in the circle there and you try to articulate what mechanism that Thor conveys blessings and like how exactly does he relate to the storm. I don't know, but when it thunders out, I feel the presence of Thor and I know that he's there. We can work on articulating the mechanism and talking about the science or the philosophy or whatever else, but you can't out-science truth. There is something real and transcendent when you approach our gods, and when your approaching is smiled upon by them, that you know and that you feel. And once you feel it, you can never unfeel it. Once you know, you can never unknow. It doesn't have to happen every time, in every circumstance. It has to happen one time. And you know that it's real, and you can't go back to unknowing. You can try to trick yourself, but it doesn't work that way. So that's the thing, is if you try to overthink it, you'll find any way in the world to justify not participating or not believing or whatever you want to do. But if you open yourself up to transformation, something happens that's undeniable, and that's real and it's true. And I would invite anybody to, well, any heterosexual white people to come and experience that with us. Also, I want to say we have a sacred mission assigned to us by the gods themselves to bring our folk home and to build and maintain, to the best of our ability, the institution of Asatru through the Asatru Folk Assembly. Be part of that. Help do that. Get on the team. If you hear this and you are heterosexual and white, come home. Join the Asatru Folk Assembly. Be willing to get outside of your comfort zone and to be part of the team. Let's build something for our children and our grandchildren, something for our folk and for the gods. Let's do this together. We have amazing things ahead of us. And the more of us do it together, the more we'll be able to accomplish. Trent, thank you for joining me this evening. It's a pleasure as always. Appreciate your contribution to the program. Everybody else, thank you guys for being here. We love having your really good questions tonight. We appreciate your donations. We appreciate your participation. Nick, thank you for all that you do. Till next time, hail the Iseer, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.